Members of the public, so that you're aware, there is an issue getting the lot. If I could just have attention, please. If I could just have your attention for a moment. I just want to give you a little status update. Evidently, there is a problem getting the live stream to work, so we're not yet ready to begin the meeting, and there's also just a small facilities issue clerk is working on. I'll keep you updated. I hope we're able to begin soon. And you can go back to talking. Okay, if members could take their seats. If members could take their seats. Okay. I'm supposed to read a script. There you go. Good morning. My name is Councillor Gord Perks, and I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 14 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. I said purportal, I don't know what that means. Portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of June 13th? Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Let's now proceed to the agenda review. Before we do that, I understand there's a piece of new business under consideration. I'm just waiting to hear back from the clerk's office with some advice on that, and I'll get to that later. Okay, the first item is PH 14.1, Employment Area Land Use Permissions. There are deputations. The second item is PH 14.2, Our Plan Toronto, Recommendation on 3 Employment Area Conversions. There are deputations. The next item is PH 14.3, the Toronto Local Appeal Body, deputations. 14.4, Development Review Timeline Metrics, 3rd quarter of 2024. Does anyone wish to hold that item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, carried. PH 14.5, Improving Community Consultation in the Development Review Process, deputations. 14.46, Advancing the Construction of Affordable Rental Homes at 777 Victoria Park Avenue. There is a deputation, okay. Item PH 14.7, Single Stair, Exit Stair, Ontario Building Code Feasibility Study. There's a deputation. PH 14.8, Housing Occupancy Trends 2001 through 2021. Members, I'm going to recommend we have a presentation on this item. I know we've got a busy day, but I think there's some important information there. So we'll hold that for a presentation. Item PH 14.9, Official Plan Review, Office Replacement Policies, Proposal Report, deputations. Item PH 14.10, Housing Action Plan Apartment Infill Study Preliminary Report. Does anyone wish to hold that? Hold that. If you have a straightforward motion that the clerks have, we could do it now, or you want some time? You're going to let it go? So you're not holding it? Okay. All right. So let's actually adopt a piece of business. Can I have a motion to adopt this? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Making progress. Item PH 14.11, 770 Don Mills Road, there's a deputation. Item PH 14.12, there's a deputation. Item PH 14.13, have we received a motion on that from? No? I'm going to hold it under my name. I understand there's some work being done on a motion on that one. That completes the rundown. Just one moment. Councillor Pasternak, I expect some advice within 15 minutes or so. If you're okay, we'll proceed with our business. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Bradford is taking carriage of the new item.
Okay. So you're both in accord. Our first item of business is PH 14.1, Employment Area Land Use Permissions Decision Report for approval. Members, staff have prepared a presentation on this that I think gives some good context. My suggestion is we accept that presentation. Is that good, or do you want to go straight to deputations? Presentation? Yes, I see nodding heads. Mr. Cantos, please come enlighten us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Jeff Cantos, the Director of the Strategic Initiatives Policy and Analysis, and we're here to present on the first item. So the purpose of the report is for us to discuss with you the purpose and intent of the recommended official plan amendment 680 before you, and also to conclude the expanding uses and employment areas study. And there's the agenda. So it's just a short slide deck. So last year, in 2023, the province brought forward and introduced the Helping Homeowners Protecting Tenants Act, Bill 97, and one of the changes they proposed was introducing a new definition province-wide for area of employment that essentially removes commercial and institutional uses as part of the provincial definition. In Bill 97, the province also allowed municipalities to transition what they're calling lawfully established uses that no longer meet that definition. So that was the legislative piece. The province also provided guidance to municipalities, and in the blue box, what they wrote to us was, time-sensitive official plan updates will be needed to align with the new definition to maintain the integrity of employment areas that are to remain protected over the long term. So really quickly, Toronto's finite land resource is our employment areas. As you see in the map, that's the official plan map, the land use designations, and the land use designations in the red box are those land use designations that do not permit residential uses, of which employment areas account for 12%. So staff's recommended approach is we take our cues from the provincial guidance, which is to maintain the integrity of employment areas that are to remain protected over the long term. So our two-phased approach, phase one, council had already adopted the first phase, which is to transition lawfully established uses. Again, this is an authority that the province gave to municipalities. So council adopted in 2023, and the intent of OPA 668 is to provide a level of land use certainty to permitted uses that no longer meet the provincial definition. So council adopted that. We withheld those bills. Waiting for phase two. What is before you today It's an official plan amendment to align the city's official plan policies with the new Planning Act definition. And this would allow the city's, with this alignment to the new definition, this allows us as a city to have a managed approach to employment land conversions. In short, what's before you today, Official Plan 680, again, is the alignment with the new definition, whereby we are recommending to remove those uses from the official plan in employment areas that the province has struck out in their definition. Standalone offices, which would be transitioned, standalone retail uses, which would be transitioned, fitness centers in employment areas, which would be transitioned, and ice arenas that were permitted, we've moved them to a site and area-specific policy. Future employment area conversions. So should OPA 668 and what's before you today, 680, come into effect, Council can consider site-specific applications to introduce uses that are not permitted in a managed way. So the province has signaled to us, to the province, that they are eliminating the municipal comprehensive reviews. So previously, we have brought these conversion requests during the MCR at 5-7 year intervals. Now they can happen anytime. And with these two instruments, OPA 668, 680, staff can and will apply the policy tests, the conversion tests, to these site-specific applications. Just a couple more slides. In 2022, Council directed us to consider permitting in employment areas places of assembly, like bingo halls, banquet halls, and others, places of worship, and sports facilities. So later on in 2023, we initiated a study. We consulted with area businesses to determine the potential impacts of these uses on the surrounding employment areas. Again, so later in 2023, because the province passed Bill 97 by changing the Planning Act definition, staff are recommending concluding this study. So our rationale is by responding to Bill 97 through the two-phased approach, the transition official plan amendment and the alignment official plan amendment, the latter of which is before you today, the city can maintain the integrity and viability of employment areas, consider site-specific employment area conversions in a managed way. Again, if there are no longer MCRs, we will be able to manage those through a managed approach. We can provide businesses with a level of land use certainty, and because we, through the transition OPA, maintain a level of flexibility for those established uses. So our next steps is for council to consider, if adopted here, OPA 668, that's the alignment one, and if adopted, we'll withhold the bills as we wait for the province to proclaim the Bill 97 definition, because they have yet to do so, and then from there, council can enact the necessary bills, again for a two-phased approach. The first phase, the transition, the second phase, the alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold any questions on the presentation until after we've heard deputations. The first deputant that I have listed is Robert Walter Joseph. Robert, good morning. So Robert, you have 5 minutes. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, Chair Perks and members of Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Robert Walter Joseph. I'm a planner with Gladkey Planning Associates. I'm here today on behalf of the Duke Heights BIA, who have also submitted comments along with the Emery Village BIA and Like BIA to express concern regarding the city's response to Bill 97 and the proposed OPA 680 and its impact on our employment areas and businesses. We have reviewed the item under consideration and the staff report, and we were very happy to attend the consultation conducted by SEPA staff on June 19th. Despite the extensive analysis and recommendations, we continue to have significant concern regarding unresolved issues for the business community. We originally raised concerns on behalf of the Duke Heights BIA and its membership at the July 5th, 2023 Planning and Housing Committee meeting regarding the city's response to Bill 97, and again reiterated these concerns in November 2023, particularly about the outsized impact on jobs in employment areas due to this policy change. It is critical to emphasize that the changes to how we recognize lawfully established office and retail businesses in employment areas affect 13% of jobs across the city and 49% of all jobs within designated employment areas. This impacts over 190,000 jobs. We are concerned that a change in the city's employment land policy could jeopardize nearly half of all jobs in the city's employment areas. It is critically important that the city's policy is clear and encourages the continued participation and investment of the city's business community, and business owners require certainty that their operations will continue to be permitted on an as-of-right basis without the risk of being considered legal non-conforming. Staff did identify this concern through their consultation with the business community. We acknowledge that staff have recognized that, but we do not believe that this framework as currently drafted provides a level of certainty for businesses in order to ensure stability and growth. Further, there is a need to ensure that standalone office and retail establishments can continue to thrive in their current location. Employment lands are made vibrant through the ecosystem of businesses that support and sustain them. Standalone retail and office uses are integral to this ecosystem, providing essential services and amenities for employees throughout the day and providing a real visible transition between sensitive uses and core employment areas. There's concern that should these businesses be displaced, main streets throughout the city, throughout many of the city's suburbs, will no longer be occupied by these uses. Good planning for employment requires the retention and nurturing of these places. The proposed changes raise questions about the transition areas and about the purpose of designated general employment areas, which will lose a lot of their purpose if they can no longer accommodate standalone retail and office uses. And it's essential to continue to provide flexibility and certainty in order to maintain the economic viability and productivity within these areas. As indicated within the letter submission provided by my client and the other BIAs, we respectfully urge the committee to revise the OPA to ensure as-of-right permissions remain for legally established businesses, to ensure a level of certainty for investment and the longevity of business operations across the city. I'd like to thank you, as always, for your attention to these critical issues, and we believe that through careful planning and consideration of these issues, the city can develop a comprehensive framework that supports the business community and protects employment lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming. As you know, the Duke Heights BIA is in my area, one of the biggest BIAs in the country. Can you just describe what kind of dislocation these measures would make?
Absolutely. Through you, Chair. The concern, and we recognize that the policy and the transition recognizes lawfully established businesses. The concern is that over time, the lawfully established, as it's currently drafted, will provide a legal non-conforming framework as opposed to an as-of-right framework. The concern here is that this will not allow for continued growth and expansion of these businesses. And so owners and operators within employment areas of standalone office buildings and within Duke Heights, you know, there are many, will not have the flexibility to continue to manage their land use framework, whether it be parking, whether it be some expansion, the desire for continued investment, the desire for some change to its land use permissions within existing buildings. And so over time, we'll see attrition of these businesses within employment areas. And so there's a question as to what the purpose of general employment areas will continue to be if they are gutted of these uses.
So as restricted uses move out, those same uses can't move in, and that would actually shrink economic activity and employment in the area. BIAs, I always thought, was to grow business. It doesn't seem like this aligns with that.
This is correct. We see a challenge in that. That's a very significant challenge in continuing to grow and nurture businesses.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none?
Yeah, Peruzza, I have a question.
Councillor Peruzza, go ahead.
Yeah, so what do you see in this as from is from what's happening in the OP and in the provincial legislation that is imminent. What can be done in the OP that isn't being done
Yeah, through you, Chair Perks.
currently? Definition.
Through you, Chair. We believe that greater certainty can be provided through specifying an as-of-right framework. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, we believe that greater certainty can be provided through specifying an as-of-right framework. There is the question, and the question was raised in the staff report, as to whether some of these uses in the OP would be sort of interpreted at a zoning level as being legal non-conforming, and we'd like to see that direction be provided in the OP itself.
What would that look like? So for example, if we asked that the zonings be updated for those properties that would now find themselves in that the lawfully established activity that now finds itself somewhat offside of the provincial legislation. So if there was a commitment to sort of bring those zonings in line with that in allowing them, then you would be okay with that?
Through you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge that it is a complicated question and issue, and we would defer to staff and to city legal services on that matter. But something that provides that greater level of certainty, that in the official plan policy itself specifies how this matter should be interpreted at a zoning level, would provide that flexibility, we believe. There may be other solutions. It may be there may be a requirement to identify the lawfully existing businesses. I'm not certain on that, but that is perhaps a question for staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions, if I might. So if I heard you correctly, the province, in your view, has created a very complicated situation here, yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and just this term lawfully established, this isn't what any of us in the planning space are used to. This is a new thing that's been imported, and there's some uncertainty about it.
There is uncertainty given the intent and purpose of employment areas, and we believe that employment areas as currently specified by the City of Toronto and its official plan policy include these uses that are currently removed at a legislative level. And so, yes, that there is a very significant question here.
Yeah, and we have ways we used to do this, like legal non-conforming and so on and so forth. And this is just a new thing, and we don't have a lot of precedent to understand what it is. And that's some of the uncertainty.
As per my understanding, yeah, absolutely. There's some question around precedent or around the performance of this policy itself.
Okay. And you've suggested that we work with our city legal and planning staff to try to find some way to give more comfort to the people you're here to represent.
That's correct. And we'd like to see clarity in the wording itself in providing.
Oh, everyone in the province would like the planning legislation to provide us more clarity. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is Mehdi Khan. I understand you're online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you, dear members of the Planning and Housing Committee, Chair, Councillor Perks. My name is Mehdi Khan, and I'm a development manager at Dumpar Development. the owner of several sites impacted by official plan amendment OPA 680. These sites include 35 Cawthor Avenue, 2650 St. Clair, 53 Judson Avenue, 200 Ronson Drive, 994 Islington Avenue, 1092 Islington Avenue, 105 Six Point Road, amongst others. The city's proposed OPA 680 stems from the province of Ontario's Bill 97. Bill 97 reintroduces a clear distinction between industrial warehousing uses and retail office institutional uses. Historically, these uses have been collectively referred to as employment uses and treated similarly. Under the new bill, lands designated for these uses in an official plan may not be converted for residential development except through a municipally initiated comprehensive review. By redefining what has traditionally been considered industrial and commercial uses into two distinct categories, Bill 97 allows for commercial, retail, and office and institutional lands to be treated differently. We are concerned about the city's effort to align land use permissions within the employment areas with the new definition of area of employment. Like many property owners, we believe that this approach will limit the flexibility of converting retail and office uses to residential or mixed-use developments. The flexibility issue under OPA 680 arises from combining various types of commercial and employment lands into one category, which restricts the conversion of these lands to residential uses. Previously, commercial lands such as those used for retail or offices could be converted to housing as they were not strictly defined employment areas. By aligning the city's land use permissions with these new definitions, OPA 680 imposes restrictions that hinder potential residential development in areas well suited for such conversions. This change could significantly impact the ability to address the housing shortage effectively. We strongly recommend that city staff take a site-specific context approach when considering the application of these new definitions. Each site has unique characteristics and potentials that should be evaluated individually rather than under a blanket policy approach that could stifle development and limit opportunities for creating much needed residential housing where appropriate. We request that Planning and Housing Committee refer this back to city staff to review all existing lands designated as areas of employment on a case-by-case basis to determine which of these areas should meet the new definition of area of employment and what are the appropriate land use permissions for these areas. We believe that a more nuanced approach will better serve the city's objectives of increasing housing stock while maintaining flexibility necessary for successful redevelopment of commercial institutional lands. Thank you for consideration of our concerns and recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us here today. The next deputant I have is Philip Stewart. Good morning, Philip. Get yourself settled in.
Appreciate your patience with me setting up. Correct, Chair Perks, Vice Chair Bradford, and members of the committee. My name is Phil Stewart of Pound and Stewart Planning. I'm here this morning with respect to item 14.1. I also submitted a letter which is going to apply to item 14.9, which comes up later. That said, as planning consultants, we represent 1097547 Ontario Limited, which is owned by Group Petra. Group Petra manages this facility, and it is located at 325 Milner Avenue in the Scarborough district. I have an image up here which shows the landmark context of the building. You can see that, looking at it from various perspectives. And this, in effect, is a sort of a classic example of some of the issues that we are hearing about this morning as it relates to the future of a building like this in Scarborough. And I just want to take a moment to briefly provide you with what our client or my client is looking for here, and that is the ability to introduce education and training facilities to broaden the building's community function. Currently, as we all know, there's many reasons for this, but there's high vacancy in office, and this is no exception in terms of the vacancy space that is occurring. What also makes this building so interesting as a landmark facility, just to give you an idea on the tenant list, we have the City of Toronto Employment and Social Services, we have City of Toronto Children's Services, we have Government of Canada's Immigration and Refugees and Citizenship Offices and Health Services in this building. This is a community hub on the edge of Malvern with one problem. What is the issue? It's located in an employment areas, and the definition in effect stifles the ability of this building to complete its full, what I believe its full planned function as a community hub building with all the services that the community and the region could benefit from. The amendments that are before you today don't help this, the objective of introducing institutional uses into this building, because obviously they are not a permitted use. And as non-permitted use, we are looking to the committee to consider that the facility itself would greatly benefit from allowing these uses. In effect, they could even be deemed as accessory because they only represent about 22% of the building on 3 floors, which ironically happens to be what the vacancy rate is being forecasted by all the various real estate companies in the Toronto area, approximately 20 to 25%. So, you know, to look for full utilization and full activity and service to the public, this institutional use in the form of educational uses would be highly desirable. Again, the problem is it's located in an employment area. If you look at this plan in front of you, you'll see the location here. I know it's very difficult, but you'll see 325 Milner Avenue just on the north side. Off of Markham and Milner. And it is at the edge of employment areas, and it is shown as general employment areas, which does allow for a broad use of uses, but it doesn't allow for education uses in terms of my client's objectives here. What's the solution? I mean, I thought as a planner, maybe we need another category here that respects standalone offices and their broader functions, because, you know, the irony of all of this is you could put an industrial educational facility in here in the form of a carpentry shop or that kind of function. But how does that work in a major office building? It doesn't in an employment area. So we have a disconnect in my mind as to education and training facilities, such as Kumon, Mathlytics, IT computer programming, for example, adult educational facilities in the form of college or university uses, including administration and training. And I see I'm coming close to my time, so I'm just going to simply say that I appreciate your interest and time. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputy? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much for your deputation.
Sorry, I had a question.
Oh. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So my understanding of...
Councillor Myers, I'm sorry to interrupt. We've lost your sound. Maybe if you turn your camera off so you get more bandwidth. Okay, try now. No, we don't have any sound. I think you kept your, now I hear something faintly. Oh, it's like a spectral voice from the other side of the beyond.
So I just wanted to,
There we go.
from my understanding, this particular building has the WIMTAC building in the college. So isn't there already educational activities being carried out in this building?
Well, sorry, if I heard your question correctly, and through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I think the question was, is there already educational uses already occurring in the building? Perhaps there is. And if that's the case, then I guess the OPA will extend that legal non-conforming status that we've heard discussed and the complications associated with that. The point is, we cannot, and I actually, real quickly here, I applied for a minor variance. I didn't meet the official plan in terms of institutional uses, and I was told that if I was successful at the committee, the city would fight me to the end at the Ontario Land Tribunal, or in TLAB in this case, to prevent institutional uses in this building. I have that in writing if it's required, but the point is, we just can't get it, and we don't understand fully why, other than institutional uses are not permitted, and perhaps we need to disentangle the current planning regime that has employment areas, and we need to create a new category, perhaps, that allows for standalone offices that have these characteristics, that have these community functions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to clarify, is the city's position regarding a particular building that a job site from WIMTAC, which is associated with Centennial College, or are you talking about another?
Did you understand?
Well, I didn't quite understand it. Do you?
Councillor Myers, could you ask again, please?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. You were speaking about that particular building which hosts WIMTAC, which is associated with the college, or if you're talking about another building.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my comments are with respect to 325 Miller Avenue, the building that, you can't mistake it. It's very unique in its architecture.
Yes, it's in my ward. I know the building very well. So I'm just a bit confused because I've visited the educational institution that's currently.
I'm sorry, Councillor Myers, you cut out halfway through that. I don't know what to say. Please find somewhere with better Wi-Fi.
Through Mr. Chair, I would just one point, just if I can pick up perhaps on the train of thought, new institutional uses are not permitted.
Okay.
So if there are in fact some element of education in
Yes.
there today, it's new.
Yes, I understand that. Councillor Thompson?
I was just trying to clarify that point, Mr. Chair, through you. So the use is grandfathered until such time that if that service were no longer offered, another party could not come in and offer similar service in that building. Is that the issue? Because that would no longer, that grandfather status would not be granted to that new user.
Just a minute.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the issue is that we have 3 floors vacant in this building today, and we want to introduce new educational facilities into that component of the building.
Right.
That is that. But to your point, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, if there is an existing use and it's deemed legal non-conforming, then obviously that creates complications if the use ceases for any period of time. I know there's some continuance elements in terms of the Planning Act and law, but it's a point, yes.
So you're looking for greater flexibility then, because when you have a empty suite or floor, the flexibility is not there, and it's a moot situation for your client because they can't generate any revenue from the space. You want the flexibility. Is that what you're looking at?
That's correct, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. First, you understand the process we're going through here is to bring our employment areas into conformity with the new provincial law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the new provincial law says that a bunch of uses, including the ones you have, can only persist in those employment areas if they were lawfully established in the past, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You wanted to introduce some more use. You've already been told by someone that the City of Toronto would oppose that. I heard you say that, did I?
Yes, you did.
So you're not actually here discussing our effort to bring our employment lands into compliance with the new provincial thing. You're here asking for a conversion request, which you had previously been told you wouldn't get.
Yes, indirectly, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand.
Thank
All
you.
right. Are there any other questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? No, seeing none. We'll have questions of staff. I see there are a few visiting councillors. Do any of the visiting councillors have questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perruzza? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Oh, now they all do. Okay. I saw Councillor Fletcher first. Oh, okay. So you're working on something? All right. Then I heard Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Pasternak, and then Councillor Fletcher. Okay. Councillor Perruzza, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, to staff. So I heard the presentation, and in your view, is this a good direction for us to be going in, or is it a direction that, as we've heard from some, could limit, the type of business operations that could locate in an area, and potentially empty out some of our both general and core employment districts?
Through the chair, and Councillor, I appreciate the question. Specifically on this is a good direction to go in. This is an important direction for us to follow in order to maintain the integrity of our employment areas in the context of this change in provincial policy. The consequence of not doing this would be severe in terms of undermining the ability of Toronto to maintain employment areas as a resource for future economic growth. There will be some businesses that are negatively affected as a result of this provincial direction. I do not think we're at risk of emptying out our employment areas. I would appreciate the ability to maintain some of the nuances that we've been able to use in our employment policies in the past. That said, this step is actually really important to maintaining the integrity of our employment areas, maintaining confidence in those areas, and encouraging businesses and industries to continue to invest in those for future economic growth.
But according to your own studies, roughly 40% of the jobs in the core and general employment areas now would find themselves somewhat offside of the new provincial definitions, and by consequence, offside of our official plan rules. So 40%, that would seem to me to be a lot of jobs at risk here going forward. Like, you're not worried about that?
Through the chair, that is a lot of jobs, and that's why the province included those provisions to allow us to create these transitions, to allow us to extend the permissions for these lawfully established uses. It's meant to manage that. And I'll also observe that that's a lot of jobs. A lot of those jobs are parts of, they may not be directly related to manufacturing or traditional employment uses, but they're really important in terms of creating an ecosystem of services that support those economic clusters. So we shouldn't discount the importance of those to maintaining the integrity of the employment areas and the functioning of those employment areas for our economy.
In your view, why is the province headed in this direction, i.e., being far more restrictive in terms of what activity can be located in both the general and core employment areas? And I ask this question of you for this reason. I've always found that the more nimble we are, the less policy restrictive we are, the more the more you add a give and take, a negotiating type of position in this approval process, the healthier the employment district. You can go out and attract businesses or activities that then anchor the growth of other activities. For example, in Duke Heights, one of the things that for example, grew in there was, high-end sort of medical research, medical service type activities, which have a very, very strong connection to education, for example. And it would seem to me that this type of direction, to some degree, puts in peril that type of use because education and educational type services are going to be weeded out of both the general and the core employment districts.
Through the chair, my understanding of the question is why the province is taking this direction. I won't.
That would be the first question.
Sure, I won't speak on behalf of the province, but what the province has been doing is making a one-size-fits-all for all employment areas across the province. What's before you today and last year is a made-for-Toronto approach to respond to a one-size-fits-all of all employment areas across the province. And what we're recommending to council, to committee and council, is a way in which we believe that we can continue to manage the pressures on our employment areas across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I might have missed some of the questioning there, but if we were to summarize what's going on here, is that there's various exclusions on certain business types, and their grandfather, they can stay there in their unit or in their building currently, but once they move, a similar business type could not move in, and some of those include, I think, banquet halls, bingo halls, various institutional commercial uses. So as long as the current businesses are there, they're okay. But once they move out, that unit is at risk of not being able to find another tenant.
Through the chair, that's not correct. If a business is legally operating on a site and that business moved out and another business took its place that is also legally permitted to operate, then they can.
So, okay, so you're saying that if a banquet hall moved out of their building and another banquet hall wanted to take it over, I don't know, a couple of years later, that's permitted?
Correct, provided that provided that that use is a permitted use, yes.
But banquet halls are not a permitted use.
In the official plan, however, in the zoning, where we are still doing the zoning conformity, there are instances in which the zoning bylaw may permit a use, and because we are, just responding to provincial changes for the official plan, there's a disconnect. So it may be a permitted use on a specific site vis-a-vis the zoning.
Okay, but that's not what you're saying here. You're listing off various uses that are not permitted, and the existing business would be grandfathered and can continue operating there. But if they were to vacate the premises, a similar business could not move in under these new regulations. Is that not what we're here for?
So, Councillor, what we're here for is to, in the long term, have our official plan align with the provincial definition. And I believe what your question is, on a site-specific basis, if a legally operating banquet hall is there and that business banquet hall wants to leave, provided that it's legally operating today, a new banquet hall can take up operations on that site.
So is there, yeah, exactly. Is there a time limit where the new tenant with similar use has to occupy that space? Or it could be 5 years later?
So, through the chair, the permission, you're getting into areas of legally non-conforming permission under zoning. And the case law on that suggests that the time limit, as you describe it, tends to be very case-specific and fact-specific. So a long pause in a use could undermine a property owner's ability to take advantage of legally non-conforming uses. But I think our experience is, a pause in business of 6 months to a year, which is something that might often happen. One tenant leaves and another tenant comes in that time period. There's lots and lots of examples of where those businesses are deemed to be legally non-conforming because of the use that had been established by a prior business operator.
So as long as the similar use moves in or takes that space within 6 months to a year, it's legal. It's legal non-conforming, and that property owner can rent it to that use: bingo hall, banquet halls, medical facilities, that kind of thing, educational.
Yeah, generally, yes. I just want to caution, there's no magic number of 6 months to a year or 2 years. Again, it is case specific and fact based. But there's lots of examples within that. That's a relatively short time period in terms of planning and land use, and those are legally non-conforming.
So very, very quickly then, if we look at other areas of the city outside of employment areas where we see the bingo halls, the banquet halls, the places of worship, if they could no longer locate there, although what you've said just says they can, where do they go? They can't establish themselves in residential areas. They can't establish banquet halls in sort of retail areas. Where do these businesses go if they're frozen out of employment areas?
Sure, through the chair. From an official plan perspective, there are other land use designations that would permit banquet halls, like a mixed-use area across the city. There, for example, regeneration areas. There's many other locations in the city where they would be permitted in the official plan.
Okay,
Councillor Fletcher?
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to walk through this for a second. The provincial legislation removes certain permissions from employment lands, and what we're saying, or you're saying, is that that would be for new permissions, but existing permissions will be accepted.
The existing permissions would be transitioned.
Transition.
Correct.
But no one's saying that if you have an office use, that now with this change, that you have to get rid of your office and put manufacturing on that site.
That's correct. That's not what the instruments before.
That's not what the instruments. So office currently, deep employment or core employment or manufacturing or transportation, they're there. Office that's currently there would remain office as long as that's the use for that site.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And a bingo hall would be able to stay there with a change of ownership as long as that was the use that the new owner wanted for that site.
Yes, that's correct.
And the same with the banquet hall. If a new owner, someone decided to leave the business, a new owner could come in. They don't have to put a factory there. They can then continue the banquet hall use. That's what we're looking at here. But you couldn't go somewhere and put a new. It says no new, correct?
Through the chair. Not through these instruments, but as I mentioned in the presentation, if a site-specific application wanted to introduce a use that wasn't permitted, there is a process through which you can
Yes,
do that.
we do, you still can do that. So what you're proposing here does not mean that there'll be a lot of upheaval. It pretty well keeps everything standard, running smoothly the way it is, just no new uses that are as of right uses, except for the ones that the province has said are as of right.
In the eyes of the official plan, that's correct, yes.
In the which? Eyes of?
Through the official plan permissions, that's
Through the
correct.
official plan permissions, yes. So we've been responding to the provincial legislation. This is quite a number of times. This is our latest response, which is set not to have every employment area in complete upheaval and, okay, we're knocking your office down, you've got to put a factory up, you've got to do this and that. It says we're leaving this as is. We're going to meet the provincial requirements. There's no as of right office any longer, which we put in the office as of right. The province never had office introduced in employment. It was the City of Toronto that added in office to employment, and they've taken our initiative away to simply have that as of right anywhere new than where currently exists.
Through the chair, just to clarify, new standalone office.
Yeah, new standalone office, yes, because ancillary office is always there if you've got something and it requires an office. So standalone office that exists currently will be able to stay exactly where they are, and that's the purpose of you bringing this forward. Somebody coming in with a new office building, that would not be subject to an as-of-right approval.
Through the chair, so it's, what's before you today is the alignment. What was before council in 2023 was the transition that speaks to the office being able to continue.
So I think I'm just going to ask that one more time, because it's simple. It's not a planning answer. What we're trying to do, the province has eliminated office in employment areas. We can't, if we say, we don't care what you, standalone office, we don't care what you think, now we have a big problem, number one, right? And what we're saying is, here's all these standalone offices that currently exist, here's the standalone banquet halls, here's the standalone bingo halls. Not to worry, we're not creating a mess here. Those uses will continue as site-specific standalone uses in Toronto.
To the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there members of the committee who have questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. How did you communicate this to the broader community? Because there seems to be great confusion about what's allowed and what's not allowed, given the fact that you're simply trying to ensure that our policy is in line with the provincial policy. I'm just wondering, how was it communicated?
Through the chair, when we embarked, so two ways. First was the expanding uses study that we initiated. We contacted, I think it was over 400 businesses with that study.
Right.
And I think we put out a survey. And then when we started to do the work on this Official Plan Amendment 680, we were directed to speak to specific business BIAs, and we had several different stakeholder meetings with them, the affected businesses.
Fair enough. I'm going to ask you a question about a specific site-specific, as it similar to Councillor Fletcher. 1107 Finch Avenue West, Champagne Center. There's a letter from Castle here which seems to imply that they're going to be affected by our policy change, or that our policy is going to be in line with the province. But it's not, right? Because as long as they continue to operate, and this is an employment land, we had provided provision for them to essentially do their conversion. As long as they continue to operate to infinity, they're going to be fine?
Through the chair, for that specific site,
Yes.
they have what's called a site and area specific policy that puts in their permissions for the uses that they have today. So they can continue. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because there seems to be some confusion within the legal community, and when I read this letter, it seems the advice that's being given to their client, I assume that the Champagne Center is their client, it's contrary to really what you're saying. But That's why I asked for the clarification. So to reiterate, the changes to conform with the provincial changes, which is the approach, does not jeopardize the continuance of an operator, in this particular case, the Champagne Centre, to continue to operate in the manner that they've been operating with respect to the fact that we want to ensure that our policies are in line with the provincial policy. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct for that
Fantastic.
site.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So there you go.
Say it with me, Mr. Cantos. Yes. Any other members of the committee have questions? Okay, I'm just going to ask a couple, and maybe there'll be yes, no questions, maybe not. We'll find out. Okay, so we have established that what we are attempting to do here today is to protect a bunch of businesses because the province has changed the law.
Through you, Chair, that is correct, yes.
There we go. And if we don't do this, a couple of bad scenarios are possible. One is these businesses are just not protected and they wind up, we amend the official plan to say they're not permitted. We don't do the site-specific protections and they're gone. That's a potential bad scenario.
Through the chair, that's correct. They wouldn't have the land use certainty that they would otherwise have.
They would not have
without.
the land use certainty. So today we're actually giving them more certainty.
That's correct, yes.
Getting there. If we try to add these uses back later, we put the entire employment area at risk.
Through the chair, from a citywide perspective, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So maybe Mr. Connect, are we doing a good thing here?
Yes.
I got there, okay. Finally, there we go. Elected officials are bears of very little brain. We need small words. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Fletcher, I'm going to ask Councillors Fletcher, Perruzza, and Pasternak. Do you, yes? Councillor Fletcher?
Who's number 2? Burns. Who's that?
Perruzza.
Oh, Perruzza.
He's online.
I thought there was a new counselor. I didn't know that.
So I didn't see Councillor Perruzza. Do you want to speak on this item?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
Pardon?
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Oh, you go out? Okay. Councillor Fletcher has received a telephone call. So we'll move to the next person on the list, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had such a warm reception last time I visited this committee that I'm back. And the reception has been most cordial. So first of all, I'd like to thank staff for their work on this. Clearly, when provincial statute comes down and asks municipalities to conform, it is never an easy piece. Because certainly when it comes to Toronto, it is a complex urban environment with thousands of businesses, BIAs, different zoning, different business uses, and to make it all fit into one neat package is not easy. I think the useful takeaway for today is that there's a little more clarity for the business community on what we're really doing here. It is my understanding that what staff have come up with is the ability to stabilize our BIAs and our employment areas by allowing uses that are currently there to continue. And that a motion from Councillor Nunziata, which will be moved in a few minutes, will help solidify that. But I think there's a disconnect between what the city is doing, what the province is trying to achieve, and what the business community is hearing. And I think going forward, I think there's a great onus on us to make sure that the business community understands that we're there to protect jobs. We're there to protect innovation and creativity. And that the whole idea of the BIA system was to see businesses flourish and promote local business areas. So with that, I think this has to be further debated at council, but it is my understanding that what staff have done is created more stability in our business community, making sure that we conform, but at the same time, making sure that existing uses are protected. So with that, I would just urge your support of Councillor Nunziata's motion. I have seen it. It's been drafted by staff, and I think that helps solidify staff work to make sure our business community stays strong, that we continue to create jobs, and that we don't have hundreds of vacant units looking for tenants and having tenants apply that cannot move in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, I think I understand what it is that we're doing. I understand that the answer from our perspective about what we are doing is, and I would have expected nothing less from our planners who are paid to really think deeply about these questions. Is that yes, this is good. We're headed in a good direction. But that doesn't alleviate or remove some of the angst that property owners, business operators in both general and core employment areas are experiencing. So let me say first off that what Councillor Nunziata is going to move is a good motion, and hopefully it'll get those zonings established quicker for those lawfully established operations that the new rules, the new law, the new regulations puts offside, so that for some of them, at least for a period of time, will provide some comfort in knowing that if there is some activity there currently and something should happen, they can relocate that lawfully established activity and continue it going forward. I think that that's an important thing for us to do. So what Seattle is going to move is a good motion, and I hope that folks support it. Here's where my view, to some degree, are in certain direction on this. Jobs can't wait. So while we are enamored with structured policies and authority that is clearly delineated and needs to be followed and so on, but for businesses and for jobs and job establishment, that often doesn't work well. And I'll explain two circumstances that I recently experienced in my area that, in fact, this direction goes contrary to the notion that jobs can't wait. A plant wants to expand in my area. They applied for a building permit, an activity. It's a food manufacturing plant, very new site, and our policies put them through the hoops. Finally, as a result of also some provincial legislation, they submitted a site plan. Our staff denied their site plan, sent them a letter saying, too bad, so sad, nope. And they had a conditional building permit. They are scheduled to go online this fall with their activity, you know, shipping their products all over North America, creating lots and lots of jobs. We sent them a letter saying, no, your site plan's been denied. Start the process all over again. That's a regulatory tool that we have that has put these folks in peril, because we don't have the ability to say, like we used to have to say, hang on a second here. they're through the process. They got to finish a couple where there's connection, and and they can get their building permit and move on. That regulation basically puts those jobs in peril. Recently with Councillor Candoval, I visited another site in my area, where a group of people have taken over a factory, and they want to do a small, they want to do little figurines and religious artifacts and things like that, and statues, and want to ship them out. And they want to have some kind of a small religious service at the front of the plant. So manufacturing combined, sort of a more mixed type use. And of course, been stuck in the process for over a year because our rules say, well, hang on a sec, you don't have the right loading dock. You got to go through a very rigorous site plan. These are folks that don't have the capacity to do that. They went in, are renting sort of a vacant plant, want to create some jobs, want to create some activity, clean up a site, make it useful, a place that was empty, and basically all of this authority, regulation, all of these things that we love, that we're enamored with.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We need to be more nimble.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I hope I don't get cut off here. I thank you very much to the staff for those clear answers about where we're actually at. Let's be clear that the city never initiated any of this. The actual thing the city had initiated years ago was to add office into employment. And office, as Mr. Cantos has pointed out, is approved when you have it as an ancillary use. So for example, obviously if film studios, and you have a large film studio in your ward, Councillor Thompson, there has to be an office component there. But it's not a standalone office for its own purpose. But that was agreed to, and we had that in our official plan. And you could come in and say, I'm going to build an office, and that was fine. That's what the province has removed. They've removed certain things that we have had as of right, and that's the way it is. So we can't not comply with that, or else I think we'll jeopardize a lot of our planning regime in the City of Toronto. So that's the first thing. The second, I was very happy to have that clarified, and perhaps with all due respect to staff, it's not clear enough in your report that if you have an existing use that is non-conforming and that is not allowed in the new planning world of the province, then you can still have that use. So including office, you still have your standalone office. You can still use it as a standalone office, but you can't go down the road and build a new one like you used to be able to do. You can have a banquet hall, and you've got a great banquet hall. You retire, somebody else can take that banquet hall. We're not saying you have to put a factory there. The same goes with a bingo hall. You don't have to put a factory there to make bingo balls. You can continue that use. It really has to do with aligning with what the province has required us to do, making sure there's not a big upheaval for everyone that has office and has standalone office, that you're all of a sudden now wondering what you're going to do. And I think I really appreciate the approach that staff have taken, because these are very delicate areas. They are the breadbaskets of the city in being quite small, but the amount of employment, and we're not talking about convenience stores, we're talking about well-paying, value-added jobs in employment areas, they really deliver, they punch far above their land area weight. So we are always tried to protect them. The province has now stepped in a way that they hadn't before, overturned one of the key things the city had put out. That's removed, but I'm very happy, as I understand it, that this will be a continuing use for those standalone sites that currently have those permissions, but that's not extended as it had been previously throughout the whole employment area. So to tinker with this, to change it, to say, well, let's do this, I think we all need to understand that that tinkering at this point would jeopardize our entire employment area regimen. Now, I know some councillors think that's okay. I don't think that's okay. It's not okay to take away good-paying jobs. It's not okay not to maintain areas that are really and truly important economic drivers in our city. And I see Councillor Myers here, Atlantic Packaging. We've talked about that before. That's a big-time employer. It's an important economic part. It's an important part of the economy, as are many, many, many of those uses, which you can't put in a residential area. You can't put that at Scarborough Town Centre. These are places that require their own space in order to be dirty, noisy, smelly, need a lot of room to park. They need to take things in and out. That's the thing. Office was there. If you want to be beside dirty, noisy, smelly, yes, you can. The province has now removed that. So I think we just need to be really clear. I'm asking that I hope that this committee doesn't start to tinker with little things here, because we will jeopardize the bread baskets of Scarborough, the bread baskets of Etobicoke, the bread baskets of North York, and they are bread baskets for jobs. Let's not fool ourselves, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Bringing it into committee, Councillor Nunziata has asked to speak first.
Yeah, I won't be long. I have a motion to move, and this was actually drafted up by the city, by our chief planner. I don't have to really read it out. But anyway, this is in response to the 3 BIAs that have sent in their letter. Duke Heights, Emery, and Light BIA. And I think this motion, adopting this motion will help the BIAs on addressing their concerns. And the staff did draft it up for me. So the only thing I have issues with this report is the bingo halls and banquet halls, which, and I've mentioned that to staff too. You know, I mean, I really think a bingo hall should be in employment lands, because of the amount of parking they need, and you know, they and I mean, they create a lot of jobs as well. There's hundreds of jobs created, and banquet halls. You wouldn't want a banquet hall in in a main street or a residential area. So those are the two that I really have problems with, and I think that we expressed that, Councillor Pasternak, and we expressed that when we actually, in 2022, when we moved, when that motion was passed. So that's my amendment, and I hope councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just, one second, please. Oh, we'll let Councillor Myers go. Councillor Myers. Oh no, Councillor Myers. You're back on the other side of the boundary.
No.
Oh, there you go.
What about this?
Better. Go.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to first say my apologies to the last deputant. I actually had the buildings confused, so he is correct. WIMTAC is in a building that is directly south of Highway 401. His building is, of course, in my ward, directly north of 401, so that was my mistake. But I just want to add my thoughts to this, just first thanking the staff. My ward, Ward 23, is one of the breadbaskets of the city, and we have a large number of industrial employers from Duffer and Concrete, Amazon Warehouse, we have Serati Sweets, we have manufacturers, chemical manufacturers, and we provide a significant number of jobs to people living throughout the GTA, because a lot of their employees come in from Markham and Durham. And these are very important jobs in that they're also low entry jobs for many new Canadians. So I just want to thank staff for their work on protecting these areas. I think it's vitally important for the future of our city that, you know, Toronto is a place that you can not only work and that you can not only live and play, but you can also work too, and work not just being office or retail jobs, but also having a strong manufacturing base where these are often good paying jobs. Councillor Fletcher mentioned Atlantic Packaging, another business that we are very proud to host in Ward 23. And again, I just want to re-emphasize the city's commitment to protecting these jobs and making sure that future generations have access to them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just speak quickly. Thank you to Councillor Nunziata for doing work to find a path out that helps us support existing businesses and helps to explain what we can and cannot do here. It's very much appreciated. I do want to make a note, though. What we are not doing here is creating a pathway for people to introduce uses into our employment lands that they have been previously told cannot be introduced. We are not doing that, just to be absolutely 100% clear. What we are doing is trying to clean up a very complicated problem imposed on us by the province of Ontario. I've long held the view that a very good use of City of Toronto public money would be to hire a bunch of legislative drafting staff and lend them to the province so that they could pass legislation that was coherent and helpful instead of what we're getting now. But we get what we get. And I just think that our planning staff and legal staff have done us great service to find a way to take a Procrustean bed and find a way to try to make the City of Toronto fit within it. So with thanks to them, I'm urging you to support Councillor Nunziata's motion and the staff recommendations. Councillor Candeval, you would like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. Sorry for the late addition. I want to commend staff on the work they've been doing towards these protections. The new provincial definition, I think, fails to recognize the diverse potential uses of employment lands, which are crucial to many communities, and particularly in mine, which I'll speak to in a moment. For example, local retailers offer culturally specific goods that cater to diverse residents and serve as hubs for social cohesion. And recognizing that this wasn't previously in the accepted uses, but allowing places of worship and employment lands has been a lived reality in practice for many of our neighborhoods, which promote and allow affordable, attainable use for faith-based groups. So there is disappointment from these communities that I've been urged to share with the committee in light of this new provincial legislation. Because these places of worship, they do serve as community spaces for support, especially during a time of rapid population growth amidst an affordability crisis. And moreover, and more importantly, employment land protections are crucial to maintaining local services, amenities, and jobs. In my ward, there will be a potential impact of 7,500 in Ward 20 alone, which are over half the jobs in my ward's employment area. So losing these protections will have a hit. Our policies should reflect the nuanced needs and contributions of our communities and should support our local economy. By not protecting our employment lands sufficiently, the province is overlooking the lived reality of so many of our communities in our city and across our province. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody? Okay, so we're ready to vote. Maybe Councillor Matlow and Councillor Thompson, if you want to be in your seats for this vote, yeah? Okay. So first, we have the motion from Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Then on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carried. Thank you very much. Okay, members. Earlier in the morning, Councillor Pasternak was trying to get a motion introduced, and the clerks needed to review it. They have reviewed it. It is in order for him to introduce it. Or sorry, it was going to be introduced by somebody on his behalf. I don't know who. Councillor Bradford.
Does he speak to it at all?
It's just
I'm
a
happy
motion.
to introduce it. Motion to introduce Councillor Pasternak's letter.
This item. Okay. So this isn't really debatable. I'm not going to support it, but, you know, members, you're free. If it is added to the agenda, we can get into what our views are on it later. All those in favor of introducing it? Opposed? Okay, so it'll be added to the agenda. All right. The next item we have is PH 4.2, Our Plan Toronto. Oh. The Planning and Housing Committee is holding a statutory special public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item PH 14.2, Our Plan Toronto recommendations on 3 employment area conversion requests, decision report for approval. Evidently, it's the law now that I have to say those words. Okay. We have deputants. First is Richard McFarlane. Richard McFarlane.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Richard, welcome. You have 5 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Councillor Perks, and Planning and Housing Committee members and guest councillors. I'm Richard McFarlane. I grew up in Toronto. Well, I grew up in Mississauga, moved to Toronto, ironically married the day that bylaw 42886 was enacted, June 16, 1986. So I can't forget that one. But I've been heavily involved since 2000 in the Minto Towers issue with condo development issues. Josh Matlow knows me well. This concerns this apparent conversion of 825 Don Mills Road. And we looked it up, and of course, it's the Supercenter grocery store, the large grocery store. And beside it, the Esso gas station at the corner of Don Mills and Eglinton is fenced off, and it's been shut down. And the community is wondering, what is the underlying cause, or what's the conversion all about of the Supercenter? Because we're very concerned about the loss of facilities and services in the area in Wynford and Concord. And as you may know, we already have 18 high-rise condominium buildings in that area. And now we're under threat. Several sites have been approved. An additional 18 high-rise condominiums will be built, including 2 towers over the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center, which I find very, very distressful, as does the Japanese Canadian cultural community. And this is in addition to the Celestica site, the 60-acre site. So we're wondering, there was a rumor at the Esso gas station that it would be a TTC bus turnaround or parking area. We just don't know what the status is and why it's being converted from employment lands at the Supercenter to residential. And it harkens back to the McDonald's head office when the city challenged the conversion of that zoning from employment lands to mixed use area. That opened up the floodgates for development beside it at Concord Place by Fengate. So we're worried about the Supercenter. We need that grocery store. Does anyone on the committee have any remarks about this concern?
I'm sorry, the way it works is that you give us your advice and we listen to it. It's not really a debate or a discussion between us. So if you have more to say, please do.
Well, I just wanted to say that, you know, we're already inundated with high-rise condominium development, and we're concerned about this site being converted from employment lands to possibly residential. We just want to know, is the Esso gas station beside it part of this conversion, or what's the underlying situation on this? I'm sorry, it's a question, but we're concerned about the conversion of the land designation.
Does that conclude your remarks? Yeah?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Richard, thank you so much for making the time today. Next, I have Carla Tamayo. Carla? Carla, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go. Welcome, Carla. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you want.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair, Committee, and staff. My name is Carla Tamayo. I'm a planner with Bouse Fields representing the Toronto Stockyards Land Development Board. I'm calling in this morning primarily to send our appreciation to staff for their time and attentiveness to this matter. We have reviewed staff's report and are in agreement with their recommendations as it relates to 2155 St. Clair Avenue West, as well as agree with staff's conclusion that the proposed conversion of those lands represents good planning. I'll leave it at that for now, but I will be available for any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Carla? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it into committee. Are there any questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak?
Well, I'll just move the recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata has moved the staff recommendations. Okay, I guess we'll just vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, next we go to Councillor Fletcher, if you're listening. We're going to be starting deputations on item PH 14.3. First, I have Claudia. Claudia, can you hear me? Are you here? Oh. Just a second, everybody. We'll have a 30-second pause here while things get sorted out. Hello. Yes, you are. Are you Claudia? Yes. Claudia, welcome.
Thank you. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
Early. I'm a nurse, so I had to run. And I apologize for stepping out.
All good.
Can we use this thing here? Can someone help me with the machine? Wonderful. So this is the order you're going to do. Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you, Councillor Gord Perks, Chair, and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. We appreciate being able to talk today. My name is Claudia Ennis-Henslin. I live at 1035 Craven Road, and we submitted a letter on the public docket that expressed our concerns about what we experienced with the T-Lab. And I want to go really succinctly, short and sweet, and go through some dates with you. And you can look at them up there. It's going to be bang, bang, bang. October 4th, Committee of Adjustment denied an application. On October 23rd, a lawyer and professionals filed an appeal on behalf of an appellant. I'm using the word applicant, it's interchangeable. On November 27th, no amended plans were submitted, although that was the day applicant disclosure was due. We on Craven Road had a decision point. Do we hire a planner and a lawyer and step up on equal footing? We were lay people. What are the 4 tests? What are the bylaws and zoning criteria for a narrow Craven Road? What are setbacks? What is as of right? We didn't know all this stuff as lay people. This is what was my first time at the T-Lab. So we made a decision, because they had a planner and a lawyer or in a professional architect firm, that we were gonna hire a planner and a lawyer. So she sold her car. I borrowed 20 grand on a credit card, and our neighbor, the librarian, dipped into her retirement funds. I didn't initiate this, and I don't have that kind of money. I'm about to retire. On December 7th, Linda submits her intention to be a party, and 17 Craven Road residents file their intention to be participants. So we meet that deadline. The TLAB gives you deadlines, right? From day 1 to day 70, you have to meet deadlines. December 21, in spite of multiple calls to the TLAB, Linda is still not showing up as a party on the people's list. January 8th of 2024, the participant and expert witness statements were due. So we met that deadline. We had people who were not computer literate. We had to go to their homes, attach the participant statements. We went around house to house and got petitions. We didn't want to do this solo. So we got other Craven Road residents' opinions, and we galvanized them to speak up. So we met the deadline, and it was a big job. We spent hundreds of hours, and I'm working full-time as a nurse. The applicant did not file anything. So on December 9th, we're curious. We keep looking on the website. Where's their stuff? It's a big event for us. Luckily, we had a lawyer. Our lawyer emailed their lawyer, and we find out he's not had a lawyer since December 5th. Why didn't we know about that? On December 5th, their lawyer, the representative who stepped down, informed the TLAB, but they didn't file a Form 5. Well, what's a Form 5 for? It lets everyone know who you're dealing with. So the lawyer continues to appear for 35 days on the people's list, and he continues to receive communication from the TLAB. I don't think we would have gone and spent 40 grand for a lawyer and a planner. Had we known we weren't meeting up with the same, we would have gone as lay people and muddled our way through. On January 30th, 22 days after we filed our participant and expert witness statements, the other guy finally files disclosure, his amended plans. They were due 65 days ago. We just spent $40,000 responding to the unaltered plans. There was no intention to withdraw the appeal. So I want to address judicial fairness. There's a practice direction on the TLAB, and it says, a late filing may compromise TLAB procedures of fairness and are to be discouraged and will only be permitted under justifiable circumstances. We used the original unchanged plans to organize a reply to the appeal and spent, like I said, over $40,000 to do so. Were we to start all over again and reply to the amended plans? By now we knew a little bit of what a setback was or 4 tests. We'd learned something in the interim. The practice direction says that in general, save for extenuating circumstances, minimal non-prejudicial delay, or where consented by other parties, the late filed applicant's disclosure will not be admitted into the record. It was. We did not consent.
I'm afraid you're at your 5 minutes there. Are there any questions for Claudia?
Yes, is there anything else that is relevant that you'd like to tell us about this situation?
Yeah, I didn't have a nervous breakdown.
Okay.
But honestly, the hundreds of hours we spent on this, and we relied on the framework that the TLAB provides. We relied on the rules. This was my first time up to bat. I knew nothing about the TLAB.
So just to ask you that, there's certain things that are required, like a Form 5 that is required to be filled out, and it hadn't been filled out. Is that what you're
Yes,
telling us?
Because that's when we could have decided, oh, they don't have a lawyer, we're not spending, our lawyer was cheap, but we would have said, no, we're not doing a lawyer, we'll muddle through like them. We're dealing with lay people, we'll go as lay people.
And there was other disclosures that were late, correct? Which ones? There's no Form 5.
No expert witness statements.
No expert witness statements.
And the most important was November 27th. They have to put in amended plans. The Committee of Adjustment did not accept their plans. It was a sheer wall. They said no.
So there were no amended plans, and they were to have put them in. What was the time frame they were to put in their amended plans?
20 days after they filed the appeal.
So they appealed. Within 20 days, they were to put in amended plans.
That's right.
Their plans that were at the committee had been rejected. So they had 20 days to then say, well, here's how we're changing our plans.
That's right.
And you didn't get those until when? 65 days?
Right, January 30th.
So there was 45 days that those were not available to you.
I've counted those days a million times on Google. We'd have to do another
Yeah,
count.
65 days,
Yeah.
20 days. I'm just going over your letter here.
Yeah.
And then there's other things that you noticed. Well, first, and you'd asked for costs because you didn't, you felt that the TLAB practice was lacking in not being posted on the website, not meeting the Form 5, not being able to get those materials on time. Is that right?
Yeah, and for 22 days, our expert witness statements. So our planner, Michael Manette, did a tremendous job. He took pictures, he went up in an airplane, and all that data was on there. So these guys had all our records. I don't know if they looked at them for their plans. I don't know what happened in the back halls, but it goes without saying. That's why we're both due on the same date. We're both due on January 8th.
So you met your deadline and they didn't meet their deadline.
And they didn't even submit something.
And didn't submit it, okay. But I'm just going back to, you had asked for costs in particular, because there was no Form 5. You mentioned that some of the requirements that were to be on the website weren't there.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
There were unnecessary adjournments. The evidence wasn't presented. And so in your opinion, that you should have been, I will try to find out about how often costs are awarded, but you felt that this process was, I see in your letter, you're clear that an administrative tribunal must act in the fairest way. And I think your presentation is that there were some blips in that requirement.
Yeah, a lot of glitches. We haven't said half of it here, because it's larger than meets the eye. Like,
so this was your process. I'll find out if the TLAB posts or it's who's doing that work on their behalf. And there we go. So thank you for that. And there were, okay, thank you very much for coming and presenting that to us today.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Linda Califatis. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Linda Califatides.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Not at all. I live on Craven Road. Oh, the document camera. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Linda Califatides. I live on Craven Road. I was the party representing the views of all the Craven Road residents who opposed this appeal. On February 5th, we filed a motion for costs. This takes up where Claudia left off. Just 7 minutes after we emailed the motion for costs, the appeal was withdrawn. This pulled the rug out from under our feet. Did we just waste hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars on something that could be submitted again, only to restart the whole process at the C of A? Please remember that 5 days earlier, just 5 days earlier, the appellant registered a new representative and submitted an amended disclosure, 65 days late. Clearly, there was no indication here of an imminent withdrawal. Our motion for costs was submitted following rules and supported by an affidavit. Contrary to Rule 17.10, the response to our motion for costs had no affidavit or evidence. Our hearing date was changed to a motion for costs. But on April 8th, our motion for costs was categorically denied, despite the violation of multiple items in Rule 28.6, which discuss consideration for costs award. C is all but whether a party failed to act in a timely manner. They did not. D whether a party failed to comply with the TLAB's rules or procedural orders. Did not happen. E, whether a party failed to adequately prepare for a proceeding. They did not adequately prepare. F, whether a party failed to present evidence. They did not. H, whether a party acted disrespectfully or maligned the character of any person connected with the hearing. We were accused of inflating our costs, in spite of presenting itemized invoices prepared by experienced and respected professionals. I, whether a party presented false or misleading evidence. A qualified paralegal said they were not familiar with legalese. What we are asking for, had the TLAB followed and enforced its own rules and held everyone to account, given that laypersons rely on the framework, as Claudia said, and stability of agreed upon norms to navigate the tribunal, we might have had a very different experience, a very different outcome. For this reason, we are formally asking the following. Respectfully, reconsider our request for costs. The city should reimburse us for TLAB's failure to conduct themselves properly, since they are a city-operated and directed tribunal. Errors and omissions by the TLAB in following their own rules and procedures changed the course of events and people's lives who invested time and money to participate in this judicial process. B, we recommend that closer monitoring for adherence to rules and procedures might result in other residents avoiding what we went through. C, equitable expectations for deadlines and required submissions are crucial in the TLAB's functioning. Deadlines and required submissions are not suggestions, but play a vital role on which other vital components hinge. To conclude, we have been advised to refer this to the Ombudsman and Integrity Commissioner to review and report on the same. We thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thanks very much for your deputation. Any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed, who accused you of inflating the costs? Where was that statement made?
It's in the transcript.
Yes, but
In the hearing for costs.
the hearing costs.
Yeah, the hearing for costs, which replaced the original hearing date.
So that would be April the 8th.
February 20th.
I see April
April the 8th was when the decision was made. But February 20th, the original hearing date was changed to a motion for costs.
Yeah, so that went from being a hearing on the application or the appeal to being a hearing for costs, and then April the 8th was the decision? I just need to be
Response
clear.
to motion.
Response to your motion. And was it the applicant that said that you had inflated the costs?
It was, yeah, I'll refer you to the,
It was written.
You can
in
take a
response to
second,
the motion.
since you can
Yes,
get
it was
that
written.
answer.
It was written, it's online, it's on the application site.
Okay, it's on the application site. It was written in the motion.
It was written in the response to the motion.
Response to the motion,
Without affidavit, but it was written in there that we.
I'm just trying to find out who wrote that.
Oh, thank you. You're right, of course. My apologies for clarification. It was the applicant's legal representative.
The applicant's legal representative said you had inflated the costs in your request for costs.
That's correct.
Okay, just to, I wanted to be really clear, it wasn't the member that had said that.
No.
And who said that not familiar with legalese? Was that the
That was the representative, the appellant's representative.
So again, whoever it was.
A qualified paralegal.
That was a paralegal and that the appellant had. So where it stands currently is your concern, as I'm reading it, and it's in front of the committee, is how the TLAB is operating by accepting such late, the evidence 65 days or 45 days after the 20-day requirement. And that put you in a difficult position because you didn't have time to review that, and you'd spent money looking at what they had put forward to the TLAB, correct?
Much, if not most of the money was spent before we were given new information that
Right.
was due a very long time ago.
And so the fact that things weren't accepted, that they were accepted outside of that, becomes your problem.
Yes.
And then it becomes your financial problem as well. So you have a lot of things. This part about the website, you had the wrong name of the lawyer was up on the website for quite a while. Is that correct?
Our understanding, as we learned later in January, was that the lawyer who was the representative parted company with the appellant December 5th, that the TLAB was apparently informed. There was no formal Form 5 filled out, though. That Form 5 would have let us know that there was no no lawyer that we were opposing, that we had to prepare for. That should have been posted. His name continued to be posted for many weeks. And in fact, sensitive information continued going to this lawyer, but no one ever said, hey, please stop emailing us, please post the Form 5 so that his name is removed from the list as a representative. That information was not posted. We never learned it until almost by accident in January. February 9th.
Are you aware if the TLAB was advised this was no longer legal counsel for the applicant?
We learned that TLAB was informed. I can only guess that it was an informal communication, because the legal Form 5 that needed to be filled out for change of representation was never posted.
Had that been posted on time or when it happened, then that would have put you in a better position in dealing with.
This would have changed, that information would have changed the course of events.
Okay.
Profoundly.
So, and then the 60 days, the forms, Rule 16.8, parties shall serve expert witness statement on all parties and file the name of the TLAB using Form 14 not later than 60 days after a notice if heard. They did not file any of those, the party? I'm sorry, it's in your letter to the committee.
They did not. They did not.
So meeting that requirement wasn't met. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks very much for your deputation. And I will invite our friend Jeff Cattell to come down to address the committee. Morning, Jeff. When you are ready, we'll start the clock. 5 minutes on the item.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. 2023, we're dealing with the annual report of TLAB from 2023. This was a milestone year in the life of TLAB, as it's the first full year following provincial elimination of third-party appeals. Mostly that's residents and resident associations as a result of passage of Bill 23. As a result, in our opinion, by far the most significant matter in this report is the precipitous decline in the number of appeals handled by TLAB. To quote from the Chair's report, in 2023, the TLAB received and processed 116 appeal files, representing a significant decrease of 55% from the previous year. This sizable reduction in the number of appeals received from the Committee of Adjustment in 2023 can be explained quite simply by understanding the impact on the tribunal of the elimination of third-party appeals resulting from Bill 23. The Chair's recommendation in the report to address this is that the Director of Court Services, in consultation with the Chair, will continue to assess the impact of recently passed provincial legislation on the operation of TLAB and review the business structure of the tribunal to determine the complement, the terms of reference, roles and responsibilities, employment terms for members, and any other structural changes that would benefit the performance of TLAB. In our opinion, while this recommendation is necessary, it's perhaps more low-key than is appropriate given TLAB's dramatically changed workload situation resulting from the provincial legislative change. we would recommend that TLAB, through the Director of Court Services, be directed to report back on the proposed adjustments in TLAB operations and the staffing needed related to the reduction in workload as a result of Bill 23. We also take the opportunity to reflect on the consequences of the province's decision to eliminate third-party appeals applied to Committee of Adjustment and the differential loss of democracy that it implies. How can it be fair to remove the right of appeal from one interest while maintaining it for the other? And further, this unfair action is now being extended to higher order planning appeals, OPAs and ZBAs, to the Ontario Land Tribunal as a result of the passage of Bill 185 on June the 6th, 2024. In our opinion, Bill 23 and Bill 185 represent a serious loss of democracy in this city and in this province. And we request that City Council continue to strongly advocate for the restoration of residents' right of appeal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Cattell? Seeing none, Jeff,
no.
as always,
No,
thank
no.
you very much.
No, I do.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. I'm sure you heard the previous deputants, and I'm quite interested in you questioning if there's a realignment required in staffing model because of the lesser number of third-party appeals. Does it surprise you that some of these things weren't followed, putting something on the website, making sure the Form 5 are there, when I'm hearing from you that there hasn't been a change in the operations, but I'll find that out formally when we have.
Well, I'm personally, and through my associations in Leaside and Resident Association Leaside, we occasionally go to TLAB, and I would say, on balance, it's been a fair and reasonable process. So it's a bit unfair for me to respond on a case somewhere else in the city.
No, I'm asking if your expectation is that materials would be put in on time, that forms that are required would be filled out and posted on time. That's my question.
Well, it doesn't sound appropriate at all, obviously not.
That your expectation of
my
the body
expectation
would be that.
Yeah, it seems an aberration of what should have happened. But that would be for the TLAB to respond to that.
No, that's
not-
correct. I'm just
not me.
asking because you're busy in that way.
Fair enough.
And I'm interested, and I didn't ask the other deputants, but a lot of the third party or our tribunals continue to meet online. That means that there's not the possibility to actually have a conversation. You're just meeting online. Would you think it would be a much better practice, at least for the city tribunals, should they, Committee of Adjustment, TLAB, Dangerous Dog Tribunal, any of these where we're making important judicial decisions with administrative fairness as job one, that they would meet in person, since everybody else has to meet in person?
Yes, absolutely. I hear this all the time. I'm involved in the Don Valley Legal Clinic. I hear a lot of concern from tenants, for example, appealing at provincial tribunals.
The provincial tribunal for landlords is simply all online. There's no
and it's
possibility
very
to discuss.
disadvantageous for tenants.
Correct.
With issues. So the principle, the reason I came here this morning rather than doing it from home is because you get a better hearing. You get a better opportunity and you see people in the face, you have a chance to
Yes,
speak
I'm going to
more
ask the
directly.
staff what best practice is, not what you're allowed to do, but what best practice is, including for Committee of Adjustment, where sometimes people actually that are hearing need to talk amongst themselves or stop and have a chat. That's very difficult to do online. So
That's right. There used to
administrative
be a
fairness might.
recommended practice for Committee of Adjustment. You can meet out in the hallway
Right.
and mediate your issues out there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Cattell? Seeing none? Jeff, thank you. I believe that completes the list of deputants we have. Yes. So we'll go to questions. Any of the visiting councillors have
I
questions?
thought we were having, are we having the chair is here? Chair was asked to be here in person today.
Okay,
Chair is here?
yes?
Yes,
Do you have questions?
thank you. Would the chair be here or here?
He's here.
Oh, okay. I meant sitting here or sitting there, to you.
He's just, whichever you prefer. It's fine.
That's fine. We'll leave that as it is. I just want to ask a few questions, and I think the deputants have raised a couple of things for me. Using this particular case and this just in general, what's your standard operating practice? Of course, every tribunal, administrative fairness is job one. And in listening to today, I'm trying to make sure that our tribunal that we've set up, recruited, but don't administer or we don't direct you, but we've set up the tribunal specifically to accomplish a number of things, administrative fairness being one of them. We've heard from deputants that there might not have been the required form filling out, posting on time, information. I'm just going to call it not lack of information, but just the information management may have put people at a disadvantage. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that. Is that the standard of practice that you expect at the TLAB?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to attend today. What I can tell you is that our hearings and our rules of practice and procedure and our processes are guided by the Statutory Powers and Procedure Act as an administrative tribunal. Our goals are based on procedural fairness and natural justice. Our meetings, our business meetings, our hearings are public and they're open to the public. We approach it as trying to create an opportunity for anyone who wishes to speak to an appeal matter, an application, to be able to come before our hearing and speak and be heard. We try to make the hearings on balance fair and transparent. I can tell you over the last couple of years, we continue to review our rules of practice and procedure, and we've amended our rules numerous times. In fact, we have introduced things like local knowledge experts, clarifying questions for participants. We've also continued to allow parties and participants to elect status, irrespective of Bill 23. And obviously, the current Bill 185.
I wonder if I could just draw your attention back to my original question, which has to do with the applicant's disclosure, timing, 20 days, Form 5, things on the website being posted. Do you have staff that post on the website, or is that the city's court services that does that?
Our court service tribunal staff who support the TLAB are city staff.
So are you going to tell me that it's the city staff that did not get Form 5 properly done, the city staff did not put thing on the website? I would accept that if court services is operating for you and basically your secretariat. But the 20 days and putting something in for 65 days rather than 20 days, that may put someone at a disadvantage in not actually studying or getting ready for what the person's actually putting in forward, the applicant is putting forward. Is that normal practice for you, that would be heard or accepted that many days late? And is you're under expectation that whoever is a party, not the applicant, but the party, would then have to now regroup and deal with all the new information? Is that the standard of practice or your usual operating practice at TLAB?
The way I'll respond is that we have structured our rules so that disclosure is upfront and much before the hearing, so that we discourage or prevent what we call trial by ambush at the hearing, so that everyone who's attending a hearing, whether a party or participant, knows the issues in advance, so there's no surprises. In terms of
11.2, the applicant shall file using Form 3 an applicant's disclosure, including text and plans, with the TLAB not later than 20 days after a notice of hearing is served. Do you meet that test every time? Was that test met?
Well, we're not meeting it. It's the party who's the appellant or the other parties who oppose an application or participants who are bound by those due dates. Unfortunately, as the TLAB, we can't enforce the rules in the sense that we can't force anyone to meet those deadlines. But certainly, if they are not met, those deadlines are not met, that does not look good at a hearing. And the presiding member would not look positively on something like that if it occurred.
So even though your rule.
Councillor Fletcher,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
that's the 5 minutes. Okay,
Pardon?
That's your 5 minutes.
Could I just ask the last question?
Members of the committee?
I mean, this is an administrative
okay.
tribunal that we have here.
I understand. I just need to check.
I understand too. I'm asking.
Okay, one
Thank
more.
you.
Sure, go ahead.
That the 11.2, it's your rule. They shall file, not may file or should file, shall file Form 3, an applicant's disclosure, no later than 20 days. If it is not filed according to the rules, what happens? They can file anyway?
Well, the directive that we have, and this comes from the city itself in terms of transparency, is to accept any document that is filed. We also, of course, rely on our legal counsel and jurisprudence. We have to accept, well, not we, but TLAB staff have to accept a document that is filed. It is stamped late, but it is not on the record and admissible at a hearing. That has to be done through a motion that must be ruled upon by the presiding member. So if a document is filed late, it is accepted, it is uploaded to the TLAB website, it is stamped late, but it is not an official record document admitted into evidence.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. Were you talking when that happened? Oh, okay.
Fletcher, if you could come to order, please.
I already spoke to the chair.
Members?
Thank you.
Members? Thank you. So that completes those questions. Non-members?
Get outside. Let's go.
Oh, dear. Okay. All right. Are there any members of the committee who have questions? Seeing none. To speak. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I have motion, but I don't know if anybody has agreed to move that. I think Councillor Nunziata, you agreed to move that motion on my behalf. I thought your staff did. Okay, if I don't do it here, I'll do it at council. Well, I don't have it.
Moment, I'm going to pause the time.
Clerks have it.
Pause.
I'm sorry, I thought you had.
Just to
So
everyone
that's fine.
relax
You know
for a
what,
second.
I'll do everything at council. I'll do everything. This is going to
Fletcher,
council.
if you could indulge me for 10 seconds, okay?
She hasn't seen the motion.
We're going to print two motions for Councillor Nunziata, so she can assess whether she wants to move them.
Okay. Yeah. And can we put them up while Councillor Fletcher is speaking? Or do you, we not?
Because we don't have a mover yet.
We'll just take one moment.
I'm
Councillor
happy
Fletcher.
to wait for council if it's bother to you.
No,
and
no,
your
it's not
committee
necessary.
chair.
Please, if we could just give Councillor Nunziata a moment to review the motions.
My apologies. I thought that that had been approved.
No, it's all cool. Okay. So Councillor Nunziata is.
Sorry about that, Francis.
This is what transparency in local government looks like.
Right.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, why don't you start again, and we'll put the motions that Councillor Nunziata is taking carriage of up so that everyone can see them.
You know what? I think I might wait because what I've heard here is that the city is making those determinations, not the local appeal board. So let's just wait. I'm going to do that at council.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why I'm doing it at council. Because the chair of the appeal board, pardon? Yes.
Okay.
The
So-
chair of the local appeal, now I'll speak. Those motions were really directed around the local appeal board, but what I've understood from the chair, and I can clarify that between now and council, is that the rules of the TLAB, such that you have to have your application in, or you have to file 20 days after the notice of hearing is served, hasn't been followed, even though it's a rule of the TLAB. It's the city staff, the court services staff, that have said you don't have to follow that, that you have to take it, you have to mark late. If that's the case, I think that needs to be clear for applicants, for parties and those who are attending. You can see what position it put my residents in, that they came, they put everything in, nothing was filed on time, and now they spent $40,000 looking at what was in front of them, and now something else gets put in front of them. You've heard the implications there. Somebody sold their car, somebody did all these different things in order to raise the money. Form 5, I'm unclear, thank you, when that gets filled out, that's supposed to be on the website. Here's our lawyer. This is a tribunal. It's not a committee meeting, it's a legal tribunal. We have authorized a tribunal to do that work on our behalf and operate with administrative fairness. Is it fair, 45 days late, for neighbors to now have to regroup and spend another $40,000? Is it fair if they go to the website and find that the lawyer isn't listed? Is it fair that the applicant changes their lawyer and it's not listed in the website where you're supposed to go? I don't think that that's fair. And I'm going to have to find out clearly the reasons why those things are happening. I'm hearing from our chair that court services is the secretariat or support for the TLAB. And therefore, I'm going to put this back on the city. And I think that we need to hear from court services why they're overriding the rules of the TLAB, or they're telling them they have to apply them in a certain way. When you go to the website, when you go to your website, Councillor Thompson, you don't expect to have something on there that's old if something new has happened. I don't expect that from the city's website either. The expert witness statements from all parties using Form 14 are to be put no later than 60 days after a notice of hearing is served. The applicant did not file that. So there's pieces that simply weren't met, and yet this somehow the advantage seems to me to be to the applicant in not following all the steps that are required, the TLAB perhaps in not reviewing that all of the pieces are in place, because these are members and it's your hearing, so you have to be clear everything's in place, and court services who don't appear, to my mind, after I've heard all of this, to be really clear and sharp and crisp with information. These are not casual instances. You don't go into your retirement savings and sell your car to not have the requirements met by the TLAB, by the local body, by the city. It's not fair. And they want me to send this over, ask the city to send it to the Ombudsman or the Integrity Commissioner. I don't think the city refers things in that way, but I am suggesting that the Ombudsman review this whole thing. Taking your case, was this administrative fairness? Because that's what the Ombudsman does. How did these dates get missed? How did these forms get missed? How did all this happen in this case? And how come you're out $40,000? I'm going to check and see if there's any way, but I'm happy to start a GoFundMe for Craven Road in order to pay some of your debts, because I don't think they're on you. I think there was unfortunately faulty practice here Unclear exactly where and how, but I'm very unhappy. I also think that these hearings and this information, if this was in person, we would have a different outcome. You would have a better, fairer way to do it. We cannot instruct, but I'm also hoping the Ombudsman will recommend, but I'm also going to ask at Council that the city request all of our tribunals to start meeting in person the same way as we have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to this item? Councillor Thompson?
Order.
Yes.
This information is here for receipt, right?
No, the recommendation is that city council receive it.
Receive that, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
The
so
committee
it will go to
vote on
council.
that. Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure that it gets
Thank
there.
you. No, I checked that earlier.
Excellent.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you, Michael.
Okay. So I'll just move the staff recommendations and then we can debate it further at council. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Thank you. That takes us to PH 14.5, improving community consultation in the development review process. We have deputants. The first deputant we have is Chris Drew. Chris, I understand you're online.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're very faint, Chris.
Okay, I apologize. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. And I guess it's now afternoon. I'll try to be quick because I know we all want to get to lunch. So my name is Chris Drew, and I'm a resident of the Ward of Toronto Centre. I'm an alumnus of TMU's Planning School, and I work as a land use planner in the private sector. Thank you to staff for the report before you. I support the efforts mentioned in the staff report, and I want to focus specifically on the Application Information Center, AIC, which is mentioned in the staff report. Before I talk about AIC, I'd also like to thank Concept 2 Keys staff for their hard work. I've attended every consultation opportunity to provide constructive feedback, including a recent meeting in May. For the AIC section of the staff report, I was hoping for more information, and I do encourage more specific AIC updates in future staff reports. There are some critical AIC improvements that would help the public, help housing supply creators, help city staff, and help members of council. My AIC recommendations are as follows. Firstly, can a download all button please be added to AIC? For some applications, there can be dozens of reports, and it can be time consuming to download files individually. Second, can the linked document title please be eliminated? The present use of this name means that users have to open the file to see what it is. It would be faster if every document had a relevant name. Third, can the milestone status portion of AIC actually link to where the item is on TIMIS? TIMIS and AIC presently don't talk to each other. If a member of the public wants to easily connect from AIC to the item on TIMIS, they have to manually find it on TIMIS. The same is for the reverse. If the public is on an item on TIMIS, there's no link to the application materials on AIC. Fourth, on AIC, in the supporting documents section, the date sort option sorts by the first letter of the month and not chronologically. I repeat, the date sort option does not sort chronologically. This can confuse the public and is time consuming in terms of figuring out which materials were submitted together. I have spoken with Toronto Star columnist and City Hall Watcher newsletter founder Matt Elliott, and he concurs with this request. It would be very helpful if the date sort option could please sort the material chronologically. Lastly, Quick Maps, the AIC mapping software mentioned in the staff report, is still cumbersome, and I don't believe it's mobile friendly. I have accessibility concerns, although I'm not an expert on this topic. Further enhancements are required. on quick maps, why can't we see parcel boundaries like we can on the city's Toronto Maps base map? Apologies. Further, why does Toronto Maps look and feel so different than quick maps on AIC? Are there two different map software providers for the city? Would it not be more efficient to have one central software provider for these maps? The 569-2013 zoning bylaw interactive map has yet a different base map than Quick Maps and Toronto Maps. Toronto Maps is superior, and I recommend that it be used as the base map. Finally, I do hope that a future staff report on AIC can specifically cover the 5 items I've mentioned. On the broad update about AIC in the staff report, I would encourage more information to be made public on the status and timing of Phase 2. In closing, I want to emphasize that I appreciate the work by city staff on improving AIC. Even with further improvements required, AIC is among the leaders in Ontario in terms of municipalities putting Planning Act application materials online. I'm a volunteer with the TMU Planning Alumni Association, and I always recommend to planning students, recent grads, and new Canadians with international planning experience that they use and read application materials on AIC in conjunction with going to community consultation meetings and reading staff reports on TIMIS to gain experience with land use planning and to help with networking. Finally, the work city staff does and the leadership by City Council matters. Although AIC may seem like a small public service the city can provide, it is crucial and important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much for the deputation, Chris. Is there any additional information that you think would be helpful to be included in the AIC that's not there today, beyond the chronological sorting, but anything else on AIC?
Yeah, like I said, it's the 5 items I mentioned above. Would love to see parcel boundaries on the AIC map to get a better understanding of where sites are, especially if there's multiple parcels for one application or applications beside each other. So I think that should be a fix. And I've spoken to staff and I know they're aware of it. The staff report mentions Phase 2, but it doesn't mention any sense of timing. So it would be great if we could get more information on the timing of Phase 2 for AIC improvements.
I might have some follow-up questions on the timing as well for staff. Do you think that AIC is, you're a planner and you work in the planning space, but do you think it's a tool that is effective for laymen or folks from the general public to really understand what's going on and the degree of change that's coming, timing, what it's going to look like?
As a baseline, yes, but I'm urging further improvements. I think compared to other municipalities, as I said in my remarks, city staff have done a good job getting the baseline there with AIC, but I'm just encouraging and urging it to go further because as you know, as councillors, you get a huge volume of inquiries with respect to development applications. So it's a public service to have AIC as best as it can be. So keep at it. It's important. And, you know, keep consulting with planners in the public and private sector on AIC improvements.
One final question for you, Chris. We live in a world where we have to prioritize time and resources and money. Some of the recent dollars that we've received from other levels of government could in fact be directed towards technological and process improvements. Do you think standing up the type of improvements that you've described with AIC would be a good use of public tax dollars?
Yes, absolutely. Some of the changes I mentioned will save people time, both in the private sector and public sector. It'll help your staff, councillor, I think, and all staff at City Hall. So yes, if there are monies available to make these technological improvements, go for it. And, you know, the city has many, just for example, the TMU Digital Media Zone, for example, is steps away from City Hall. There's lots of incubators, tech experts in the city that can provide advice and be part of consultations. So I always encourage people to show up to community consultations in terms of AIC type improvements.
Thanks very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
Councillor Candeville, you had questions.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you, Chris, for coming and sharing your delegation as someone new to the committee and this system and process. We've had challenges with the AIC, and I know many members of my ward and constituency have had challenges. Having some experience and friends in the tech space, the perennial question is, do you fix it or do you build something new? From the planner community, is there a take on that?
Well, thank you, Councillor. I'm also not a tech expert. So whether it's a complete rebuild or fix the thing you've got, it has to be fast, it has to be efficient. And that's why I came out to Depute today, to highlight the urgency, highlight the importance. It's a public-facing website. It's probably a website that gets a lot of attention, especially when there's passions in the community about a development application. So it's the city's reputation that's being put out there through a site like AIC. It actually is really, really important. So I don't have a technology view. I'm just providing my personal opinion. But my urge is that something be done as fast as possible to continue improvements. And there's lots of industry folks, public and private, in the nonprofit space who are willing and able to help. So reach out to us, but make it fast, make it efficient, and make it mobile friendly as well.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your contribution. Appreciate it.
And Chair, if I could just say, there's another deputant, Sajal. I actually asked her to come in case my audio was bad, so you could skip over her in terms of deputants.
Oh, thank you. We'll do that. Did anyone else have questions on this? Deputant? No? Okay. Chris, thank you so much. A pleasure as always.
Thanks.
The next deputant I have listed is Michael Whitehead. Michael Whitehead? Michael, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Michael, go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Michael Whitehead, and I've lived at 25 St. Mary Street for 30 years. I'm part of the No Dem Evictions Collective. I've been advocating for fair treatment of tenants and protection of affordable housing in Toronto since 2021. Later in 2025, I and 400 of my neighbors will lose our homes and face enormous challenges because city planning and city council failed to do their job of protecting tenants and affordable housing. Dem eviction applications continue to be approved at an accelerated rate, most recently at 55 Brownlow and 135 Isabella Street, leaving hundreds more tenants to find replacement housing in a time of historically low vacancies and fewer rent-controlled affordable apartments. At the same time, approving these dem evictions also breaks up naturally occurring retirement communities, putting further strain on the city's social services at a time when several nursing homes in Toronto are also trying to dem evict their elderly residents to pursue more profits. I would like to thank the staff of Josh Matlow's office, Councillor Matlow, this Planning and Housing Committee, and Council for approving an improvement in the calculation of rent cap payments, something that is closer to actual market rents today and that tenants have been loudly and repeatedly requesting for several years. This despite resistance from many councillors and the planning department itself. This resistance is objectively not in the spirit or the letter of Section 111 and its goal of fairly compensating tenants when they lose their homes due to the demolition of their affordable rent-controlled apartments. To the matter at hand, improving community consultation in the development review process. As a tenant who was promised a working group by my original councillor and the planning department in 2021, only to see this promise broken by both my current councillor and the planning department in 2022 and 2023, I can assure you that tenants do not feel properly consulted or listened to. Other buildings who became aware of 25 St. Mary Street's experience have been able to secure more consultation and improvements in their compensation. I'm one of those who completed the online survey on community consultation that is part of the report you are considering, and who attended an online meeting about community consultation earlier this year. At the online meeting, planning department staff spent half the time explaining the current model for consultation and development approval, which prior to recent legislation took 1 to 2 years. Then they explained the challenge of legislation requiring them to process applications in 120 days. They explored other means of holding meetings to inform the public and tenants of the development application and its progress, but only lip service was paid to consultation. Consultation means asking stakeholders for their perspective on a proposal and taking their opinions and requests seriously, with the idea that this could mean some changes to said proposal. It is not pretending to listen to the concerns of constituents when you have already decided to ignore their concerns and do what is best for developers and the path of least resistance for staff and council. In the last 3 years, the City of Toronto, despite one of the better rental replacement bylaws in the country, has done an appalling job of protecting tenants and affordable housing. Here is the key message you all need to hear and have not yet taken to heart. To protect tenants and affordable housing, and to quote the musical Hamilton, tenants must be in the room where it happens. I'll say it again. Tenants must be in the room where it happens, where proposals are discussed and decisions are made. You cannot expect to implement proposals that properly balance the interests of the city, the developer, and tenants if tenants are not meaningfully consulted. You should not make decisions for us, your fellow Torontonians, that dramatically alter our lives without us in the room. Tenants have been asking for this for over 18 months with some success, much less than our efforts deserve. If legislation means that development applications must be reviewed more quickly, then the city should hire more staff to get the work done in a timely process. Developers should pay for this increased staffing, since the proposals always mean more profits for them. What should not happen is that a more rapid process means less consultation with tenants and citizens. We need more consultation, and it needs to be meaningful, not the lip service that has been for too long the norm here. Affordable housing that is rent controlled is a huge part of building a livable city. I urge you to consult more, not less. And I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions for Michael?
Just
Councillor
Bradford? Very briefly. Hi, Michael. Thanks for your deputation. In terms of engagement and consultation with renters, what do you think the best way to do that? Do we need a strategy around engaging with rental community in particular, or do you like the movement towards more online? I know you're joining us virtually today. Do you have any suggestions around that?
My experience of going through a down eviction process is that by the time things get to the community council, and even by the time it gets to community consultation, decisions have been made. So when I mentioned a thing called a working group, they've happened in the past. I know it's challenging with the current legislation from the province, but a working group where tenants get to be in the same room as councillors, city planning, and the tenants sharing their concerns. I'm not expecting that we'll get everything we asked for, but we will certainly get closer to fairness than has been the case in we're up to well over 3,000 tenants, and that represents close to 10,000 people who are going to be looking for new homes in the next 2 years because of the approvals that have already been made.
So working groups are an effective way to have those conversations. Can I just get your perspective on direct mail? Do you see value in direct mail? Do you think we should be spending more on digital advertising? Perhaps focusing on different postal codes where issues are relevant? Any thoughts on direct mail versus digital versus taking ads out in papers?
Councillor Bradford, that's a really good question. I wish I could give you a better answer than this. In my building, we've canvassed the building and we still only have contact information for about half of them. Many of the people in my building are older residents. They've been here longer than I have, and many of them don't use email. So for those people, mail is a lifeline. It's part of what makes for what we call a naturally occurring retirement community. So I wouldn't get rid of mail. And I guess what I would suggest is if there's a way for younger people to support older people and keeping them informed, that would give them back advocacy and agency that they now lack. Does that sound fair?
Thanks very much for your deputation.
Any other questions? Okay, and members, be mindful, we need to break at 12:30. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Candival.
Thank you, Michael, for deputing and all the work you've done to challenge dem evictions in our city. And to that, from your experience on those files, I know in my ward we've seen a number before I started, and even now we're seeing one starting. Do you think there needs to be a more thorough, deeper, longer process for these applications that are deemed or rental dem eviction ones?
I do. When you take a building with hundreds of units and you allow a developer to tear it down and replace it with rent-controlled apartments that are only rent-controlled for 10 or 20 years, that's losing affordable housing. It's just a fact. Really, we've been advocating for those rent-controlled units to remain rent controlled in perpetuity. That's what logic would say is how you protect affordable housing. And indeed, part of the community benefit should be that there are more affordable units. And these, of course, with a definition that's based on income and not a percentage of actual market rent.
And have you found in-person consultations more inclusive than virtual?
Certainly for seniors and for people from communities where English is not their first language, new Canadians, absolutely better. I attended the second consultation that happened at 48 Grenoble Street, which was required after the first one didn't have people who could translate into the languages of people. And I can only tell you there was immense frustration and anxiety when people in that meeting were getting information that they were hearing for the first time. It had not been communicated throughout the process up to that point. And this is after council had approved the application.
Okay, thank you, Michael, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, are there any final questions? Because if there are, they're going to have to be after lunch, and I'm going to have to invite the deputy back. Or is that it? No? Okay, Michael, thank you so much. And with that, we'll recess until 1:30. And we have quorum, so why don't we reconvene? I don't know where Councillors Candeval and Matlow are, but is Councillor Myers online?
He is showing us online, but his camera's
Oh, yeah, I didn't, yeah. We have quorum. Councillor Myers, we see your icon, but we don't have your camera. Are you with us? Okay, I'm going to contact Councillor Myers' office. Or if someone could contact Councillor Myers' office and just remind him. Okay, Councillor Bradford, if you're ready to resume, yeah? Okay. When we broke for lunch, we were considering PH 14.5, improving community consultation in the development review process. We were partway through the deputants. The next one is Ken Sherritt. I saw you there, Ken.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, committee. Pleasure to be here. Today I represent FOSTRA. That's a public policy advocacy group for 27 residents and community associations located south of Bloor Street. I'm the director for Ward 4. We're pleased that community involvement has been reviewed, and we certainly thank the planners for their work. This has been an area that's been an issue for a long time, and it certainly deserves attention. We realize, of course, that the recent changes to provincial legislation has made it more difficult to carry out proper community involvement. But we're very optimistic, and we would like to work with planners and developers and other stakeholders to make the shortened time work. So we have some ideas in that respect, and we would be happy to present them to planners as we go forward. Our objective is to try and get our community members up to speed on planning. Generally, we find when we have a community meeting to deal with a development, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of time gets wasted just trying to sort out the basics. So we would like to get on with that, get through that part of the process, so we're better able to respond to new developments. But to do that, we need some assistance from the community planners, the area community planners, because we need to know where the guardrails are and what can be done and what can't be done. So we need that help. We realize community planners are overworked, so the last thing they want to hear is what I've just said. Somebody's going to be bringing more work to you. But I think the solution to that would be to create a dedicated group within planning that would take care of a lot of the logistical issues of the community involvement process. And I've certainly had some personal experience with that in the past, and it's a very helpful approach to easing the burden on the frontline people. We would also like some guidelines, I guess, work up some guidelines around the process of involving developers and working in the early stages of a development when there may still be opportunities for some changes. So some guidelines in that area may be helpful. We have 3 recommendations that we think would be useful for pilot testing in Toronto communities with an interim report possibly by the year end. We're a little nervous about the 1-year hiatus proposed because given my experience in the bureaucratic world, generally you start to work on a project 3 months before a deadline. So it might be better to have a year-end deadline. We recommend that community planning district managers and staff be authorized to formally meet, to meet informally with the community at least annually. That the planning department create a dedicated group that will coordinate formal community engagement. And lastly, we request the city through the planning department develop a set of good planning practices related to community involvement. Now, I would observe as a footnote here that a recent academic study was done by the University of Toronto, and it looked at the whole question of the statutory community meeting, and it determined that the public hearings are a necessary part of planning, but in their current form are ineffectual, at least as far as public participation. So they recommend that public hearings take place earlier in the planning process, that they be held in neighborhoods affected by the proposals. They move away from the quasi-judicial approach to a more community-friendly approach, and that all members be involved. This was a survey done in Brampton, Toronto, Surrey, and Vancouver. And I think it's very worthwhile taking a look at that. It's just been published. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Are there any questions for Ken? No? Thank you so much for your help on this. And the final deputy we have is Jeff. Come on up, Jeff.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the committee. First of all, I would say that I'm Fontra and he was Foster. I would say that we would support the kinds of points that Ken Sharrett was making. And our focus today is a little bit different, as you'll see as I speak. First of all, we support the staff report and the recommendations, including that this committee requests the Executive Director Development Review in consultation with Chief Planner to continue to undertake stakeholder consultation on potential policy amendments to address the ongoing changes, legislative changes, and report back to the committee. And I tend to agree with Ken that it might be desirable to move that date forward. We appreciate that city planning is attempting to ensure a balanced and effective public consultation regime under difficult circumstances. The report notes the rapidly changing and seemingly haphazard legislative environment directly affecting development review, such as most recently Bill 185 eliminating mandatory pre-application consultation. The latter process, pre-application consultation, represented an innovative approach by the city to address the revised review deadlines and punitive application fee refunds imposed by the province. However, we have one related matter to raise, which is outside of the review's mandate. The review deals exclusively with community consultation with respect to development applications and notes that in 2023, city planning hosted 325 community consultation meetings in support of site-specific development applications. However, as you know, city planning is also involved in public consultation with respect to policy development. Moreover, through initiatives such as Housing Action Plan and Enhanced Housing Opportunities in Neighborhoods, EHON, there appears to be a major increase in recent years in initiatives that require and are receiving public consultation, just as much as site-specific development applications. These policy initiatives, such as major streets in neighborhoods, avenues, the avenues policy, are presented as one-size-fits-all blanket policies, and these seem to be replacing, at least in part, the area studies that city planning traditionally has carried out. These initiatives are extremely complex, and while city planning has held a swath of public consultation events on these projects, our feeling is that they fail to meaningfully engage residents, given the complexity of what's and the scope of what's being presented. So consequently, frankly, there's little awareness and understanding out there of these very important and far-reaching initiatives and their impacts, which is unfortunate and concerning. We suggest that if the city continues to move in this direction towards these blanket approaches, you need to look at public consultation in a new way that would involve far more education as well as communication, and far more analysis of the impacts and effects on the local, the neighborhoods, rather than just broad brush. So we respectfully recommend that the Planning and Housing Committee request City Planning to examine public consultation with respect to citywide initiatives like HEP and EHON, and report back to this committee with terms of reference. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jeff? No? Jeff, as always, thank you so much for your advice today. That completes the list of deputants on this item. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Bradford, you indicated an interest, yeah? Go ahead.
What? No. Oh, God. I don't want to know what those are for. All right, couple questions, thanks. Following up on some of the deputations that we heard. Questions about AIC, maybe to Michelle Driley and Catherine Moore. Your report says that, quote, based on the input received through public consultation, staff recommend undertaking phase 2 of the work plan to enhance AIC. It was pointed out in the deputation that there's no timeline in the report for phase 2 work plan or a target reporting date on that. So just wanted to hear from you when we could expect to see any of those changes or that work underway.
Thank you, Councillor. So for phase 2 work, it does require standing up a project team, again, similar to the approach we took for phase 1 last year. And we will begin to stand up that team after this meeting. We expect to have incremental improvements roll out over the course of 2025 and would expect for all of them to be in place by around Q3 2025. If we have more resources, we'll do it faster.
Okay, so we're looking at what quarter? We're Q2 still? Yeah. So it's a year of work. If you wanted to do that faster, would that be possible to do that faster if you had more resources to do that?
That's correct. It's largely resource dependent.
Okay. How many staff or FTEs are required to work on that now, and what would be a scenario for delivering those changes and improvements faster?
I can likely get back to you with a better estimate, Councillor, but generally we need a couple of additional resources on my team, and then we coordinate with Technology Services Division as well.
All right. I don't know if this is still for you, but if we were to look at other city divisions and those that go out and do public consultation, I can think of a number, but what's the volume of the city's public consultation activities that fall under the umbrella of city planning? Do you have a sense of what that looks like from a percentage or a number standpoint?
Yeah, so we have identified this in the report. In 2023, we identified 325 community consultation meetings run by city planning. We tend to see, going back to about 2017, that it's about a meeting a day, every day of the year.
That checks out. And then when you look at the numbers, what's the cumulative staff hours across all the different divisions that go into preparing for every one of those community consultation meetings?
So we have done a recent survey of staff to understand their level of effort. That identified, typically it's about, and this is a typical, about 190 hours. And just to be very clear about that, that's for every single person who touches some aspect of that process. It's not just for community planners. So that would go all the way down to administrative staff issuing billing for expanded notice, for example, graphics staff preparing boards, all of the logistics, all of the phone calls and discussions that community planners have ahead of meetings, those types of activities.
How many divisions would typically have their hands on an application for development review?
It's dependent on the application and the application's complexity and the commenting partners involved. But we typically have a core group that includes community planning, transportation services, ECS, and parks. Urban design, sorry.
When we do the public consultation, you talk about the 190 hours, you talked about some of the different administrative teams that are involved in that. Would it be fair to say, though, that city planning is doing the bulk of this work?
Yep, that's fair.
Okay. Other divisions like Parks, our friend at Parks, for example, they have dedicated consultation units that go out and do all of the consultation work on behalf of PF&R. Does city planning have a dedicated consultation unit?
We currently do not.
Okay, but you're doing a lot of the consultation work.
Yeah, so as stated in the report, Councillor, city planning, this is from the city manager's office estimate, we carry about 50% of the entire city's consultation workload. We do not have a dedicated consultation unit to support that work.
What's the bulk of the 190 hours in preparation for one community consultation meeting? Where's the bulk of those hours?
So through the chair, I can comment on that. So in-person meetings and virtual meetings, they're slightly different, but there are some commonalities in what's included. So drafting out the notice, sending out the notice, preparing a presentation, communicating with staff, applicants, ward councillors on logistics. For in-person consultation, there is a lot more preparation involved. That includes booking a venue. It includes preparing graphics and content for the open house boards. And then it goes through to securing the equipment, printing all the documentation required and set up on the day. For a virtual meeting, supported by our administrative staff, that involves setting up a WebEx meeting, preparing a presentation as well, potentially a practice meeting, and then holding that 1 to 2 hour meeting. So there's some commonalities, but in-person consultations do require a lot more time and preparation.
Sounds like it's a lot of logistics. If I could just ask one last question. On that front, and when we look at the 190 hours per minute, I know, is any low-hanging fruit that would help bring that number down?
Yes, Councillor, through the chair. Our general approach to continuous improvement in this area is to remove, where possible, manual tasks and tasks that are administrative or logistics focused, and moving toward more automated processes.
Any others? I've got a couple of questions. So I want to clear a couple things up. It's not the case that every department has a consultation unit. In fact, there's a city consultation unit that picks up transportation or parks or whatever. That's how that works, right?
Yes, Chair. So there is dedicated consultation units in different divisions. They don't focus necessarily on development review work. So for example, Parks has a dedicated unit for some of their policy and other initiatives. There is a dedicated consultation unit related to public information centers that are run for EAs, for example, those types of things.
I see.
Yep.
Okay. And there's an important legal distinction between going and ask the public what they think about whether we should put in a stop sign or add a set of swings at a park, and preparing for something that can ultimately arrive at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I don't know if Ms. Matsumoto wants to answer that, or...
Maybe, Councillor, the only distinction that I would make here is that the community consultation meeting is a non-statutory consultation. Of course, it is leading towards a recommendation of staff at committee or community council, which is our public meeting, which is a statutory requirement.
Right.
So I don't know, Kelly, if there's more there, but...
No, I would agree with you, Councillor, that
it's not the same, like consultation in the context of something that can result in a recommendation that can leads to a decision that can be appealed is maybe a little bit different than a public's, like a swing set, but yeah.
And just generally about what a planner is. I mean, a planner, part of their training is working with a group of diverse stakeholders to try to design something that meets multiple public interest goals. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
So in the way that say a transportation engineer wouldn't have that kind of training, it's actually core to the planner's function to go out and have a direct conversation with interested members of the public.
Yeah, we're in agreement, Councillor. I think the only distinction we draw is it the planner's core function to do all of the administrative and logistic effort to support that meeting?
So, okay, so a key goal then is to try to relieve some of the administrative functions, but we would never want to have a circumstance where a community planner who's reviewing an application isn't the person who goes out and talks to the community.
That's correct, Councillor. What we might say is that there may be some facilitation support for the meeting itself. The community planner will always be the subject matter expert.
Okay. And while we're on the topic of integrating different parts of the public service that review applications and take advice, we're in the middle of doing that right now, aren't we? I don't know if
Yes, Chair, we are.
Yes, Chair, we are. Oh, Mr. Cantos is very excited to hear that answer. Okay, I'm going to have so much fun with you. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the fine report. This is excellent and so on. So on the online survey, you had 288 people responded. That's
correct.
What percentage of that is that of 3 million?
Oh.
Don't know that I can do that math in my head, Councillor Thompson.
Less than a percent, right?
A small percentage, Councillor.
Yeah, it's a very small number, right? Would you say?
I would agree.
And what do we glean from that? I mean, what does it really mean?
Yes, Councillor, it's a great question. I don't take the survey to be representative.
Okay.
However, it gives us some insight into the people who did participate in the survey.
Their thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Is there a place, any place, anywhere that does really, really good work and efforts to get people to respond to planning and coming out to obviously address the issues? Is there a model? Is there a place you'd say, well, this place is a model in terms of how we should maybe model ourselves and what we should be doing in terms of consultation and so on and getting people to be involved?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think there are likely best practices that we could look at in other jurisdictions, but I would say that generally in the GTA context, the City of Toronto does more consultation than many of our municipal counterparts do.
I was going to get to that because that was kind of my next question. And we do more than everybody else primarily, and we still get a low turnout. And we have a problem. Whose problem is it? Is it yours? Is it staff? Or is it?
Yes.
Can you answer?
Yeah, it turns into our problem.
Right. So could we think about doing things a little bit differently? I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to play the devil's advocate. I don't know. Do you want to offer a prize or something and a variety of other things, maybe food for people to come, bus fare and things like that? Have we thought about those sort of things to really engage people? Because unless people are really, really fundamentally opposed to something, they usually don't come. And that's include my office as well. So what do you think? Can we look at it differently? I don't know. Is that a crime, Madam Solicitor? Is it illegal to do that?
No, that would not be in the criminal code.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's a great answer, by the way. So but seriously, all seriousness, I mean, I just wondering, is it possible we can do things a little bit differently? People generally want something for their time. It's of value to them. In as much as this is really important to the community development and so on, Might we think about doing it a little bit differently? Perhaps there's an inducement that people could come, zoo passes or what have you, that we would actually pay for and hand it out to them. And I'm just wondering, because this is not really indicative of our ability to really consult and hear from the public. Would you agree?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, I do agree. We can report back with our Q1 2025 reports on ways to increase public participation. I absolutely agree with you. We've done other type of non-planning consultations where we have looked at the time of day, we've provided food, we've provided gift cards for participation. So those are some of the avenues we can explore and report back in 2025.
I just thought I'd offer that as a thought. And I'll leave it to you. I'm not going to move a motion that you do it, but something has to give, and I think perhaps you may want to incorporate it as you've indicated. Those are my fun questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, so in your recommendation, you're recommending that you take consultation, right? Further consultations.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we're recommending further consultation to support policy amendments, potential policy amendments that we didn't bring forward this time.
Okay, and who are the stakeholders?
Councillor, there would be similar stakeholders to those we engaged this time around. So the public, the development community, councillors, and staff.
Okay. And you're reporting back at the end of second quarter of 2025? That's the time, is that the timeline?
Yes, through the chair, that's staff's recommendation, largely due to needing to understand the ways that Bill 185 is going to affect some of our practices before we advance policy change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions. Members, I have some motions on this, so I'll speak just quickly. So I have two motions, or if I can just get them up. Okay, the first is to add the city clerk into the group that is going to be reviewing the requirements for publishing and so on and so forth. And the second has a couple of parts. The first is there have been a lot of changes in the consultation process because of provincial law. I have heard from members of the public that the practice in city council offices seems to vary a lot. Some of us have caught up, some of us are new. So there'll be a memo sent around to all councillors sort of saying, these are the tools available to you to keep your members, your constituents informed and to do the very best that we can. The second is to develop a best practice guide, and I want to spend a moment on this. There are a number of things that we would like developers to do during consultation, but provincial law forbids us from making those things mandatory. For example, every time a developer comes to see me, I say, you should meet with my community before you submit your application to city staff. For a while, we were looking at making that mandatory, but the province said we're not allowed to. So my proposal here is we ask city staff, write out a list of all the things that a good developer would do to include the community in the decision making. And when anyone comes in, you hand them a copy saying, this is our best practice. And if an applicant follows that best practice, we can write that into the staff report. Met the city council's best practice guide for consultation. And if they don't, we can write in that they don't. And this would be part of the documented history in case something wound up at the Ontario Land Tribunal. It's not as effective as the tools that we used to have, but it does add an arrow to our quiver. And third, you know, in line with some of the questions that Councillor Bradford was asking, prioritizing the development of tools, processes, and practices that enable early, broad, and automatic notification at all milestones in the development review process. This is some of the stuff that we need IT staff for and some additional staff resources. And it's one of these things where we spend a penny and save a dollar in the long run. So it's a kind of investment we should really look at, and this encourages staff to do that. So those are my motions. Are there any questions on the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Bradford would like to speak. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. And it's just a note of thanks and gratitude to Michelle Driley and Catherine Moore and the team. This is really good stuff here, and I think particularly I spent most of my time talking about the AIC, making sure that we are doing a full court press to bring those revisions forward as quickly as possible, accelerating that timeline. And you are going to need the resources to be able to do that. You've made that clear, and I think Councillor Perks' motion here speaks to that, prioritizing some resources for technological improvements. There's going to be a nice return on that when we get this up and running. And then just it's good for us to know as councillors, and frankly, the City of Toronto, how much time and energy goes into these meetings and the hours on average. Some are higher, some are lower, but it's a big logistical exercise. And we heard that from Catherine in particular as well. There's a lot of logistics, a lot of coordination, and I think it does warrant further discussion about how we do that to perhaps streamline that process, maybe not have 190 hours on the docket to get a meeting going. And there are some ideas here in front of us about how we could do that better. And then lastly, I think it's just a moment for all of us to recognize the, I don't know if I want to say burden of work, but just frankly, the amount of work that is thrust upon city planning when it comes to consultation and all the different studies and reports and requests that we ask for. And, I'm part of that coalition of asking for reports and studies also, right. Although I think they're great and we're moving in the right direction. But, you got to go out and talk to the stakeholders, and it might be worthwhile contemplating setting something up, a dedicated team to help with the logistics and the planning, so that it's not something else that we ask admin assistant to do on the side of their desk and coordinating printing and mailing and all of this sort of stuff, because that's actually not core service to their job. And yet it's a big ask, and it ends up being a disproportionate amount of people's time. And so having a conversation about what sort of teams could be set up to assist with the community consultation process, whatever that looks like going forward, not a bad idea either. So just finish with a note of thanks for everyone. This is good work, and let's keep working on it. Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer my thanks to the staff. This is a very important matter, and it's also a very difficult matter, and it's also a matter that most people seem to think it's not important, right? It's, oh my gosh, I'm not going to get involved and so on, but it has an impact on your community. And usually when they see either the shovels in the ground, developments start happening, so, well, what happened? When did that happen? I wasn't informed. I didn't get a notice and so on. And you can pump the notices in the mailboxes. People see the paper, throw it in the recycle, and then they say didn't get notification and so on and so forth. So I think it's really important to understand that a lot of effort is being made, obviously, through this report. But it's a collaborative approach. I mean, there's a real, I think, what you're speaking of there with your motion, they're part of the motion, Mr. Chair, is a bit of a primer, right, to get people to understand and have some basic understanding as to what the mechanics is, mechanism, and the process, and so on. And it's a continued effort for people to learn, and it's really important. I just wanted to say that over the years, I've learned that the collaborative approach and the pre-efforts, and I'll use the term pre-efforts, in advance to simplify, to dumb things down, to give clarity, to give people a better sense of understanding as to what's going to take place. And this is even before we rely on the staff to work their magic in the consultation and so on, to help people to be aware. I have a number of development that's taken place in my ward that have been completed, some that are on their way now, where we had pre-consultation, where it seemed as if it was going to be a difficult process and so on. And the community association has met with the developer applicant well before the staff brought their statutory meeting in place, and many things were ironed out. I've got one right now in Lawrence, the Madison development. It's a big development. We tore down David and Mary Thompson School, and that whole process that took place We actually ended up getting a 1 acre of free land from the school board because part of the process that we brought in place and so on. We have a number of others. One, what we have right now, Mr. Chair, the Golden Mile, where we're working with Starlight Development. And folks are going to actually obviously be moved out of their rental units and they're going to be moved back. We asked them to put together a publication in advance of any of the primary meeting with the city staff. Then they did one-on-one, and that process is ongoing and so on. So it's also incumbent on us as councillors to be proactive as well in collaboration with the work that staff is actually doing. Those types of things have actually come together. But I was serious about this whole incentive thing. Everybody wants something these days for nothing, right? And that's true. It's like, I see that time and time again. And folks are being invited to come to a meeting, and as much as it's important to them and the community and so on, they need to be incentivized and so on. So that incentive, if we could do it in a way that is not, selling the farm or what have you, or trying to put ourselves in a position where just because we're offering dinner and a movie or what have, I'm just saying, or what have you, that's the only incentive for people to come out. But it's really important and practical. We have a big community picnic coming up this weekend. Well, we've ordered 1,000 hamburgers. We've ordered, almost another 1,000 hot dogs and so on. Even though it's fun, people want something, right? And so I'm just simply saying that maybe we need to look at it perhaps with some additional elements. And as much as it's important about development or activities taking place in the community, what's the inducement to encourage people to come out of their homes and, to enjoy things and what have you? Give them a coffee, a donut, or what have you. And I think if we could actually do some of those things, it perhaps transform and it changes the sort of narrative, because it's really dry. It's really kind of like coming out, listening to people talk. Well, let them have a soft drink or something like that, water or what have you, and maybe a bite to eat and maybe some prizes. Again, it may sound silly, but I think people really enjoy that sort of thing, and to come out of their homes for that. So again, I just wanted to thank you for your work, and it's hard work, and it's thankless as well, right? That's the unfortunate thing about it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just briefly. One of the incentives could be giving a lottery ticket out to everyone. I'm just joking. When I have a number of meetings with tenants at Toronto Community Housing, I'm told by staff, when you draft up the flyer, there'll be refreshments and snacks. And when you do that, it's amazing how many tenants come out to a meeting, right? And I'm not saying that we should do that for the planning consultation, but I must say, a number of applications in my ward as well, for example, Learning Enrichment Foundation, when they worked on their project in Mount Dennis, that they had engagement with the community for a year. They invited the community to come to Learning Enrichment Foundation, but every 3 months they would meet with them and have a community supper, and and then when the application came to council, everybody was in support. Nobody said anything, because they were quite aware. So I have a number of applicants that actually want to engage the community before they file an application, so people are aware what's happening. And I think that works, because people know, rather than be surprised and come to a meeting and then, an official meeting and not know what's going on, and then have objections. And usually the applicant would like to work with the community first to see if there's any concerns, and they work with that before they file an application. So I do support your motions, Councillor Perks. Thank you.
Chair Perks. Okay. Does that conclude our remarks on this item? I think so. Okay, so we'll take my amendment first. All those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item, all those in favor. The other amendment, all those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, next is PH 14.6, advancing the construction of affordable rental homes at 777 Victoria Park Avenue. We have a deputant, Mark Richardson. Mark? What's up? Okay, Mark, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my slides. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Councillors, my name is Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with Housing Now TO. We've been tracking affordable housing projects in the City of Toronto for the last 5.5 years, including this site at Victoria Park. Volunteers from HousingNowTO.com, Civic Tech, and Open Data Project have attended all of the in-person and virtual public meetings over the last 5 years for this Housing Now site. The site is located on a 2.1 acre green pea surface parking lot adjacent to the TTC Victoria Park subway station. It's located on the borders of East York and Scarborough there at Vic Park. It's $4 to park there for 21 hours from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m., which worked out to about 19 cents an hour in parking cost, and it's free on weekend. This is lazy land. It is the embodiment of lazy land. It is the perfect place to be putting affordable housing on site. Councillor Pasternak, you've heard a version of this speech before, haven't you? All right, so we've been monitoring this site since it was first announced 2,042 days ago on December 8th, 2018. Our HNTO volunteers have worked with analysts, urban planners, architects, planning students, and affordable housing operators to crowdsource trustworthy and accessible public-facing information about the overall Housing Now program in order to help it to achieve the ambitious affordable rental housing goals that you have. So there's a bit of a timeline here for you too. We last spoke about this site in November 2019. It's now July 2024. This site was actually first surplused by the city and the TTC in 2009. It has been 15 years we've been talking about how we don't need parking at this particular site. Time is money. You guys know that. The cost of all of these units is only increasing year after year. We've wasted 15 years. We've wasted the last 5 years. The original plan on this site was that this was supposed to break ground in 2021 and be move-in by now. Now COVID happened, we've had other challenges, but we have to be able to move faster on these projects. We cannot delay these projects any further. So, you know, we want to sort of also underline how this project has improved between 2019 and 2024 to make the math work. Once again, some of you, like Councillor Matlow, may notice some common themes here. We want you to approve this site as is today and move forward. We want you to learn the lessons from this site and repeat this model on other similar 2-acre parking lots around the city. If you've got a 2-acre parking lot, please give us a call. We're more than happy to help you turn it into housing. Why does this site work better than the 2019 site worked? Well, we've added an additional height, so 1 story on the short tower and another 11 stories on the tall tower. We've also relaxed the tower floor plate. It used to be 750 square meters. Now it's 860 square meter maximum. It means more units per floor. We also increased the FSI, the floor space index. We went from 4.46 to 626. But here's the really important part. And for those of you who were at Toronto East York yesterday, talking about Quayside and trying to get public lands and public value out of public lands, the big change here is over the 5 years, you've had to add in a lot more market housing to make the math work. You used to be 50-50 on this site. That dog don't hunt. It barely worked in 2019. It certainly doesn't work today with today's construction costs, today's interest rates, and all of the other pressures on creating rental housing. So now you're at 36% affordable units, you're at 64% market units, you've added 197 units. Almost all of the units you've added are market units because cross-subsidy is the way the Housing Now program works. As always, We encourage council to approve this improved design and business case ASAP so that the project can break ground within the next 12 months. For those of you who are voting on this today, we would encourage you to please vote to proceed at this time as is, as quickly as possible. We've been talking about this for 15 years. There's nothing that's going to change in the next 3 months that's going to make any difference. Move ahead as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Richardson? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, so Mark, thank you for your deputation. So what you're saying, support the staff report. We don't want any further delays on
Correct.
building affordable housing. That's your...
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Richardson? No? Thank you very much. Those are all the
Councillor
deputies.
Myers has just
I have-
risen.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Myers, go ahead. No, we can't
No.
hear you. We're being tormented. I don't know what it is. No.
You can't hear me now?
Oh, now we can hear you. There you go.
Oh, okay. I was muted by staff, so it wasn't my fault this time. So my first question is, we keep hearing, I keep hearing about this sort of challenge between preserving the parking spaces versus building the housing on these Housing Now sites. We had the same thing at Kennedy, and I've heard similar things at Wilson. So can you just please describe some of the challenges that, we've sort of had to overcome with this particular dilemma?
People like free stuff. Right now, we pretty much give away these parking spaces on this kind of lazy land. Like there's, 2 acres of parking here, and we're charging $4 to park there from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. If you decide you're going to build in a podium or you're going to build underground, that parking now becomes like parking here at City Hall. It's $20, $25 a day to park underground. The market, the demand for parking here is for near free parking. It's not for market rate or cost recovery parking. So if you're here to talk about affordable housing, why are we in the affordable parking business? Create a couple of spaces, that's fine, for wheelchair access and people who need to be able to use it at the station, but hundreds and hundreds of parking spaces underground that will cost probably $150,000 a parking space. So every 4 parking spaces is like $500,000. That's the cost of an affordable housing unit. What the hell are our priorities in this building? Heck,
And just one final
what the heck
question.
are our priorities in this building? I apologize. Sorry.
One final question. I'm just wondering, what are the risks if we delay this project further for more study? Like you said, we've been looking at this now since 2018.
The biggest risk is that you are fully dependent on the goodwill of the federal government to provide the supports to this program through CMHC. There are programs that are available right now, and it would appear that our minority government in Ottawa is on something of a more precarious footing than it was in the past. This is a fudge around and find out moment for people if you want to risk the entire project over a couple of stupid parking spaces. I mean, we're going to be talking about 931 Yonge later on this afternoon. We're putting 250 units there, and there's 2 parking spaces. So why are we even talking about parking?
Thank you. No further questions.
Great, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our list of deputants. Does anyone wish to ask any questions of staff? Councillor Councillor Fletcher, visiting councillors first.
Yes, I just want to be clear how long, and I know from being on the board of CREATE that this has been a long journey for this particular location. I'm not sure who's going to answer that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Vic Gupta from CREATE-TO.
Could you speak up, please?
Happy to answer that question. This site was identified in 2019 as a affordable housing site through the Housing Now program.
2019, and then there was some back and forth, and we're at the point now where it's ready to roll. Is that it?
That is correct.
And the implications of deferral are with, there's a development partner, all of the, what's in place at this location, please?
There is, it's a two-tower development of 34 and 17 stories, 705 total units, over 250 of those are affordable. The developer is also going to be constructing a brand-new pickup and drop-off at the TTC to enable the development on this site, which is currently being used as a parking lot. The anticipation is that the Paputo would be constructed this fall. The beginning of the construction would be this fall, with the development itself starting early next spring.
Thank you. I think there is a developer in place.
There is a developer in place.
So it's not a project where it's zoned and ready to go and now you're looking for the development partner. There is a development partner.
That is correct.
Are there implications for the developer and for the cost of the project if this gets put off?
Yeah, we would be concerned that a delay today would have a knock-on effect of, could be upwards of a year delay for project commencement.
So that's going to affect the original pro forma, I would think.
That is correct, and the pro forma is based on pricing today and their ability to secure a construction partner as well, and so those things would all be put in jeopardy. The developers also spent considerable amount of money, and I think if council deferred it today, they would want to see a signal of support from council before they would put any more effort into the project.
So just to be clear, there's a development project initiated by CRATIO, supported by the city. It's been zoned. There's a developer out there. The pricing and the cost is all set based on it starting now. And a deferral would mean a cost increase. And also, would that kind of send a chill that once we get to the point where this is all done, that now we're revisiting all these projects? Because if we revisit it, technically we could revisit any of these projects, couldn't we?
Yeah, that is, our concern would be that it would send the wrong message to the market.
Wrong message to the market, and that's on ones that are already kind of on the go.
That is correct.
So there's, I think, one in your ward, Councillor Matlow, I think it's being built, or there's one proposed. If we were to do this, people, there may be an issue of deferring quite a few of them, and the impact of that would be no housing program, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, Councillor Pasnak, do you have any questions on this item? No. Councillor Candeville, you have questions of staff?
Thank you, and just as a bit of a preface before the questions, this is completely in support of the dire need of affordable housing that this site, along with other housing now in my ward as well, with Kennedy last month, we saw desperately needed. How many Green P parking spots are on the site?
There are currently 163 spots on the site, and then 10 for the pickup and drop-off.
And how many with the proposal Green P spots are we looking at?
With the proposal, there would, at this point, there would be 56 spots available.
Sorry, Green P before.
Yeah, there would be no Green P spots. There would be 56 spots secured in the development for commuter use.
Right, and through the development of this project, which I think, as mentioned, was 5 to 6 years, did staff hear from the community in regard to the accessibility and the value provided for so many residents to access public transit? Did staff hear that?
Yeah, there was concerns raised about loss of parking, and we worked as best we could through those issues with the community to provide alternates.
Mm-hmm. And what is staff's thinking on providing alternative options? Is this something staff believe is feasible?
Yeah, I think one of the issues that was identified was the importance of a more accessible pickup and drop-off, and so we altered the plans to accommodate a more effective pickup and drop-off. That was identified as an important use. The net parking available to the community through the Green P is reduced. We also did a thorough search for parking in the neighborhood and determined that we believe there was enough parking available for the commuter use overall between public and commercial.
Right, and does staff feel that it is feasible to secure potentially sites in the vicinity?
Yeah, we are quite, we could certainly work very hard towards securing more parking. There is privately owned parking in the vicinity, and we will certainly work our hardest towards securing that parking and believe we can entertain those discussions with third parties to do so.
And does staff recognize and value that these commuter lots are often for short drives to access public transit, TDC, for majority of their journey?
Yeah, I think we do recognize through our public consultations that parking in certain parts of the city are valuable, particularly as a last mile, first mile reality for many in parts of the city.
I think that nuance is very important in a complex city as ours, that we're sensitive to the layers of access, that there is that requirement. So does staff recognize the inherent value in having TDC ridership increased by virtue of these last mile, first mile journeys?
Through the chair, from a land use planning perspective, there are many first mile and last mile options. The bus, cycling, driving is one of them. For a multimodal approach, it's important to balance that value with the value of intensifying lands around subway station for walking, which would be the best last mile.
And the last set of questions, when did staff last consult with the community on this project?
So the last step was 2020 through the statutory public meeting.
So that's 4 years ago. There's been a significant change, and a welcomed one in my opinion, but for clarity, we haven't consulted the community in over 4 years despite the change. So thank you.
I know. Well, this is the thing, like, I come here, like, how did I draw the lot where I got to be the chair of a committee with the speaker? Like, what did I do? I do my best. I know I can't live up to your standards. There you go. Okay, does anyone else have questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Hi, Chair. Am I on?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Through you, Chair. So we heard from the previous deputant that a number of affordable housing units were lost due to the delay in building or getting the building started on this site. Do we have a sense as to actually exactly how many were lost?
Through the chair, Councillor, could you perhaps frame your question again for us? It's just in terms of the loss of the affordable housing.
Do we have a sense as to how many units of affordable housing were lost? Because from my understanding, we had to increase the number of market units in order to make the cross subsidization work. Do we have a sense as to how many we would have had we stuck with the original plan versus the 3-year delay?
Right. Thank you, Councillor, for that. So the additional market rental units that we're proposing to add are 195. There are an additional affordable rental units of 2, which gets us to that 36% overall. So if it was a more even split between the density, you'd be looking at about another 100 affordable housing units if we were able to keep it at the 50-50. But I think what we've seen is this is the adding of the market density is what is enabling us to actually make this project feasible.
Thank you. So had we built the project on schedule, would it be more likely that we would have been able to build those additional 100 affordable units?
Through the speaker, the original mix was 254 market and 254 affordable. I think the question is, if we had been able to keep to the original schedule and not have to deal with some of the macroeconomic factors, then the project would be under construction and well underway. So it may be not that we would have added additional density, but that we would be much further along in terms of construction at this point.
Thank you. And do we have a sense, beyond the pandemic, what were some of the reasons for the delay in this project? Like, what were some of the lessons learned?
I think through you, Mr. Chair, Vic Gupta, Cratio, there was significant construction cost escalation, near 40% through the pandemic and beyond. There was also, of course, significant interest rate increases, which of course would increase the cost of capital. I think lessons learned certainly is significant lessons learned is in our relationship and the work we would do with the CMHC. I think we anticipated a much more seamless and integrated approval through the CMHC. It turned out to be a lot more linear, meaning we had to do our approvals followed by their approvals, and so that certainly added time, and that's a lesson learned.
Thank you. And finally, do we have someone from TPA here? I'm just curious as to how many people actually use the parking lot and what's the annual revenue generated by this parking lot.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, Vic Gupta from Cratio. I do not believe there is somebody from TPA. What we can speak to is that our understanding, we do not have the data available today, but our understanding is that the utilization of that lot is approximately 67%.
Councillor Myers, I'm very sorry that TPA are not here. However, a little bird has told me that the revenue for the entire parking lot in 2023 was $155,195, and the revenue per space per day is $2.46.
Thank you very much, Chair. No further questions for me.
Okay. That's a deal, eh? That's a deal. I'm going to move to Councillor Candeville's ward and just get a driver's license and buy a car and go park it. Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I wanted to understand the the question around the parking. Through the staff, when the consultation was done 4 years ago, did the community raise, to your knowledge or memory, raise concerns not about the housing itself, but about the possibility of losing access to commuter parking to help them, get to transit and use it, obviously?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the community did express concerns about losing access to commuter parking. The solution was to work with the developer to provide opportunities for commuter parking, public use parking through the development.
And so did that work happen?
Yeah, that work did happen, and that is how we've secured the 56 spots to date, and we're continuing to work with the developer to see if we can increase those spots. They are trying to balance that with the need to provide parking for the larger units in the rental building as well.
So you're saying that you still do want to do that work to expand the number of parking spots to be able to mitigate and offset what would be lost. So if you were to be asked to continue that work and achieve that goal, is that something that you would work on to make sure that there could be really a win-win for the community where there can be more affordable housing units built along with access to commuter parking? Is that something that you would work on?
Yeah, we want to set up these projects for success throughout the community, and so we would take direction from council to work as diligently and hard as we can to provide for both more parking on site if we could, as well as off-site parking.
And you would work with the local councillor to achieve that goal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I wasn't going to ask questions, but this has been interesting. I can't help myself. When you originally did this as part of the transportation study for the site, was there a parking study undertaken at that time? I guess back in 2018 when this thing started?
Yeah, as part of the zoning submission, there was a study undertaken.
And what did that study look at?
Through the chair, it was completed in accordance with the terms of reference for the standard transportation impact study. It looked at parking utilization rates, trip generation, trip distribution, and access control.
Who operates the parking lot?
I believe the parking lot is currently operated by the TPA.
TPA, not TTC.
Yes, that's correct.
Give me the nuance of the TTC's relationship with the TPA on this particular lot. Explain that for us.
Yeah. Yeah, commuter. Yeah, this lot is owned by the TTC,
right,
operated through an agreement by the TPA.
Okay. And so you said you did a parking study as part of the transportation study and all the studies that were done a number of years ago. Did you look at the parking on adjacent side streets as it related to people arriving at Victoria Park for commuting? Did you look at that specifically?
Through the chair, I can't speak directly to that question, but the focus of the study as I've reviewed it is mostly related to the site itself, but it did acknowledge informal pickup and drop-offs happening on the adjacent streets.
So theoretically, could it be a challenge if you dramatically reduce the parking availability on the site? Could it be a challenge then for additional parking, perhaps that was taking place in that site that would then not have anywhere to park, but still was a trip generator for people who were coming into Victoria Park Station? It sounds like we didn't look at that, so like maybe it could be an issue.
Through the chair, the parking utilization of the existing lot was taken into account, and the zoning bylaw adopted by council does provide the opportunity for swing spaces, the required parking for the building to be shared with commuter uses, which I believe TO has been having conversations with the development proponents about and has landed on this 56 number, which could meet the parking need with enhanced pickup and drop-off functions.
What's the percentage of 2- and 3-bedroom units in this project?
We're just getting that information together.
It's pretty high, isn't it?
It's higher, the percentage of units is higher than we would have typically seen in most developments that have come forward.
Which is great. Who do we think are likely folks to be in a 3-bedroom unit? Would it be families?
Yeah, we would anticipate, and the developer anticipates those would be family units.
Would it be possible that families might also have a higher utilization, or people in a 3-bedroom unit of having an automobile?
That is correct.
Okay. So despite us not understanding the amount of parking that was taking place on side streets, only really looking at the lot utilization rate, which sounds like it was significant, and then we're adding a project that over-indexes on in a positive way, 2- or 3-bedroom units, and an applicant who is planning on marketing this towards families, and we would all agree that families are more likely to have a vehicle, but we are halving the parking that's available.
Yeah, I think through you, Mr. Chair, the number of parking spots that have been designated for shared use, meaning for commuters, it reflects the developer's belief in how much parking they will need to provide for residents, considering the fact that they have 2- and 3-bedroom units. So that reality of their unit mix has been taken into consideration. The other point I think it's worth mentioning is the pricing of that lot was such that it was encouraging not commuter parking, but actually ridership. Because of the development that's occurring there, the TTC is less concerned about encouraging parking to drive ridership, because there'll be lots of ridership driven to the system because of the development that is occurring.
But the people who are living there, though, like, they might still have a vehicle that they'll need to find a place to put it, and there's just not as many spots.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor.
That is correct.
You're over your 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions of staff? Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Candaval. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pasternak as visiting councillor. You can go first, yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch you out of the corner of my eye there. Go.
So I just wanted to speak very quickly about the parking issue. And of course, we have a Housing Now site at 50 Wilson Heights, which at its height had 800 parking spots, which were full on a daily basis. And sure, we had a real battle when it came to trying to get a Housing Now site there, but accommodating commuters. And many of the people who use the site said that they would drive downtown and stop using the TTC if the lot was closed. The compromise we worked out was that the development on that site, if it ever gets built, would have about 300 commuter parking spots. So the other point I would make is that at one time we tried to bring together TTC and Toronto Parking Authority to raise the rates. Depending on when you park, the time of day and the duration, it goes from anywhere from $5 to free. We were getting probably 65 to 75% users from Vaughan, and they were driving down because the parking rates are double that in Vaughan. So I said, let's use price sensitivity. Let's try and discourage them from driving down and raise the rates. And it was impossible to get Toronto Parking Authority and TTC to do that, to agree to that. Now, part of these discussions were during the pandemic, and the feeling was we don't raise parking rates during the pandemic. I'm not sure why that was the case, because I guess people were supposed to stay home. But I just wanted to make those 2 points, that you could build on these sites without losing all your commuter parking spots, but also we had enormous resistance from both TTC and Toronto Parking Authority, and enormous bureaucracy in trying to raise the parking rates, which I supported.
Thank you. Councillor Candaval.
I've got a motion, if staff can share that. And while that's being shared, just a few comments. One, this is not about, there's unanimity and broad support towards the affordable housing project. That is clear. That's something we all see as tremendous benefit for our communities, certainly to me as the local councillor. And I also think need to, reflect on a bit of a cultural observation that, when folks try to say, dichotomize legitimate decisions and debates as this good, that bad, that's very problematic and toxic to the complexity and sensitivity of our neighborhoods governing an incredibly diverse city. And we need to bring, as reflective decision makers, that nuance to how our citizens live, those with voice and those without. And I've heard very clearly from communities, both with privilege and without, especially, who rely on Victoria Park Station. We're seeing 173 green P units, and this is not a defense of the $4 a day. Never was that part of the debate. Certainly, it needs to be more reflective of what's sensitive. But the question on going to zero green P is a huge problem in my community, a ward that's seeing the bulk of housing now sites between Kennedy, Warden, and Vic Park Station. So that sensitivity needs to be part of our public discourse. And that is a reality for so many of our residents. The built form of Scarborough neighborhoods are very broad, wide, and require easily a 10-15-minute walk to a bus stop, an additional wait, and a bus commute that we're seeing a 45-minute addition. So many of our residents in suburban Scarborough do very short car rides for a public good, which is to take the majority of their transit journey through public transit on the TDC. I've heard countless residents during my 22 and 23 election that they're now being incentivized to drive downtown, a clear policy objective we do not want to enhance or advance. So I think it's incumbent on all of us in this room to be sensitive to the realities of who's got privilege and access to high order transit and how that is reconciled with the clear need to build deeply affordable, attainable housing. So that is something I do want to reinforce as we deliberate on sensitive layered issues at planning and housing and at council in general. So my motion before is to bring that sensitivity and to ask staff to, particularly Creatio and CREM, to secure additional sites that would allow a minimum of at least 50 green P parking, that would allow PFNR to examine the needs of the adjacent Dentonia Golf parking lot, as well as working with the developer to look at above grade or other options that would facilitate more parking. So I think this is a motion I hope all members can support. It's, I think, in line with our sensitivities, and I think that's part of a bigger discussion happening in the city. The ability of voters and residents in suburban neighborhoods to feel they're part of the process, part of the intensification, the clear city building principles that we're centering our growth strategy around. That needs to be done in a very compassionate, deliberate, and sensitive manner that recognizes where we are intensifying and who lives around there, and particularly around who uses the car. And I think there's been a deficit in discussion on that conversation, and the more we move towards a binary, dichotomous, good-bad discussion of, especially in racialized suburban neighborhoods of varying class dynamics, is unfortunate in a city that is incumbent, as our commitments recently, to go back for something good that is risk of leaving someone behind, as we've defined in the definition of Sankofa. So I hope we can adhere to these principles that we hold true in the public. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the mover? Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you, the councillor. Councillor number 2, I realize it says request. I'm just wondering, to ensure private operators' parking is aligned with the above green P rates, are you suggesting that the private sector rates has to be the same and we have a way of directing that?
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Good question. The intention behind this language is to address the fear that the private operator rates may be unaffordable, and thus limit the availability of option of parking. So I feel it's a fair compromise to have the rates align, as opposed to mandating green P on their site. So I feel it's a fair request to align the parking rates so it provides.
So green P rates would be equivalent to that of the private sector rates?
Yes, that's the request.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. That's good. Thank you.
Look what happened there. We literally clarified the purpose of a motion. I love this committee. Okay, are there any other questions of the mover? No, seeing none. Councillor Matlow, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I want to speak. I will speak in support of the project and also in support of Councillor Candival's motion. I also very clearly want to support the intent and the spirit of Councillor Candival's words when he spoke about how there is no need to have some false binary or, one versus another type of debate when we live in a city where there are a number of needs and interests and priorities that we have a responsibility to multitask and multi-manage and achieve for our residents. And, we heard from some people today very honestly saying, please don't delay this. We're in need of new affordable housing units and everything must be done to achieve that goal. Councillor Candival, along with her staff, have heard very clearly from the residents of Scarborough Southwest that it's important to have access to commuter parking so that they can access the rest of the city. And there is this feeling in Scarborough often that they are neglected, that they are forgotten. And we don't want to do anything that would further exacerbate that experience. And it's not just Scarborough Southwest. I think many of us wish that there was a much wider transit network and rapid transit network throughout Scarborough. Many of us have fought for that for many years. But until that day comes, there are going to be many people throughout Scarborough and beyond who are going to have to park somewhere to then be able to get onto transit to access the rest of the city. Councillor Candival is reflecting those priorities while being a champion of affordable housing. And what he is saying, and what I agree with, is that we don't need to pick between the two. We can do both if we choose to. These are moments that we will let pass by if we don't do it well. And he is challenging us to do better. And I absolutely subscribe to that and support him full-heartedly.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Just here to speak in support of the motion. This is a difficult project, and I say that because it's been underway for 72 months. So it hasn't happened overnight, and there's been iterations. There have been several different proposals that have come forward. And like some of the other projects that we've seen in the city, frankly, where they started and where they have moved to, it's a positive direction, but we needed to have more ambition on these sites. These sites needed to do more. And the councillor was actually involved in conversations with many of us today about, the possibility of having this site do some more heavy lifting, adding some density, adding some affordability, some additional supply to this site. And he should be commended for that. And he's taken that approach on a number of other sites. And despite, whatever online narratives might be out there, that stands in direct contrast to what some people try and perpetuate as the narrative. So I just want to acknowledge that we've got a new councillor here who is looking to add more density and affordability to the site. Now, I recognize 72 months, 6 years into the process, this is well underway. Although we have seen other sites where we have actually gone back and added more density, improved affordability, and done that sort of stuff, but that's not here. What I would say and caution all of us against is it's so easy to dunk on somebody or to torque a narrative around parking, which is a real world consideration for a lot of people in the suburbs, in Scarborough, in North York, East York, Etobicoke. That is a real consideration. And here you've got a local councillor who's standing up and saying, hey, we are getting rid of more than half of the parking that exists on this site. And is there a way today to address that? And what he has in front of us is a way to to address that, and I think he's worked very hard on that, and he should be commended. But, you know, the sort of pejorative questions, the sort of, some of the tone that comes across from some of the people involved in this discussion, it's actually not very nice. He's standing up for the community, and this is a concern, and there will be problems, right? Like, there will be problems on the other side of this. You can't build a building that is intended to be marketed towards families and just assume that everybody's going to be riding a bike everywhere, taking transit. It's on a transit line, but there are trips, as we know. We have such a limited transit network in this city. There will be trips that require vehicles. And I'm not actually sure on the other side of Victoria Park, where we already have lots of commuter lot overfill parking that ends up on side streets. I don't know how that's going to be resolved. And the answer today is, let's try and do better than what we have in front of us, but it will be a challenge. So, you know, this thing will get built, and that's positive, and there will be a lot more housing, and that's positive, but it won't be without challenges. And we shouldn't just dismiss those challenges and be arrogant about it and say, you know, well, whatever, you know, parking lots are housing. Like, that takes away the context and the nuance of the discussion that we are elected as officials to represent our community to have. And, you know, I just don't think we should admonish the guy for standing up for his community. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to, Councillor Nunziata, you want to speak?
Yeah, just briefly. I don't know who's being arrogant, Councillor Bradford. I think we're all on the same page. You know, what's frustrating for me is that we talk about building affordable housing, and we talk about it, but we're not building it. And when we have an opportunity, and Councillor Candeval, I do support your amendment. Like, let's move on and start building affordable housing. It's, you know, it's frustrating that we're not, you know, we talk about it, but we're not building. And that's what I find frustrating with us. And so I do support the recommendation, and I do support the amendment that Councillor Candeval has put forward. Huh?
It wasn't you, sorry. My apologies.
What's happening?
Just your clock is at 4 minutes already, and you just started.
No, it's not 4 minutes. I never speak for 4 minutes. I don't think I've ever spoken for 4 minutes or 5. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point. And yes, you know, I mean, I think, you know, if the staff could accommodate the parking, I think that's very important. But I find that shocking that it's only $2 a day to park. Wow. That's cheap. There's something wrong there. Mind you, I have parking lots in my ward where people don't even pay, but you know, but I'm surprised with that. But you know, I mean, that's the way it is. I guess it's never been really increased or enforced, the parking lot. But anyway, I do support. I'm not 5 minutes. It pauses. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
I'm just moving that the information in the confidential remain confidential as it deals with a pending disposition of land by the City of Toronto. Okay, so you need a separate recorded vote on 3. I'm not quite there, but when I get there, yeah. Okay, yes, it is a difficult set of issues we have in front of us. It's always a difficult set of issues. You know, we don't hold elections and have government and pay all these people to give us advice because these are easy decisions. But we do have to make decisions. We do. At the end of the day, we've got to make some hard calls. I appreciate that we're in a period of transition between a past where we relied on the private automobile as the primary means of transportation in the City of Toronto, and a future where we simply can't. We simply will not be able to. You just can't move 35,000 people a year into the City of Toronto with a fixed amount of road space and have the same mode share in the future. It's just not possible. You can't have a future where the city of Toronto is contributing its share of mitigation towards climate change and have the same level of reliance on the private automobile. Nobody stops me on the street and says, the city of Toronto is in a parking affordability crisis. People aren't stopping me and saying that. They're saying that we're in a housing affordability crisis. And the mayor of Toronto, Mayor Chow, has brought forward a plan to transform the way we house people in the city of Toronto, and the item in front of us is one of those. The fact that some of us have a view on what the priorities are and is in no way being hard on someone or unfair to someone, it is literally us doing our job. We're here to make those tough calls. And I choose a future for the city of Toronto where everyone can have a home. That's my top priority right now. We literally had a vote, I think it was in March, where we directed city staff to go look for parking lots throughout the city of Toronto to see if they can be converted to housing. And I think everybody in this room voted for it. I know Councillor Holladay didn't, but these are tough calls we have to make. And yes, it's difficult with the community to say an amenity that you have relied on is going to be reduced. That's a hard thing to tell people as an elected official. But we have a fixed amount of land to work with, and we have very clear marching orders. We have a housing crisis. And that's why, you know, I know there's been a lot of back and forth. Fortunately, the motion that Councillor Candeval has moved does not delay this project. That was my bottom line all the way. I can vote for requesting staff to look for answers to all kinds of other social problems, but I will not do it at the cost of delaying getting the housing built. That's our first job. So we've had a really lively discussion here. I think we got a lot of good work done. We've been able to provide some amelioration for the loss of a community resource, which is to ask for further investigation. And we've done our most important job, which is to get people who can't afford to live in the city of Toronto somewhere to sleep at night. So with that, we've got a number of motions in front of us, a couple of motions in front of us. First, we have one by Councillor Candeval. Councillor Bradford wants to consider 3 separately, so we'll vote first on 1 and 2. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On number 3, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On my motion, which is about keeping the stuff in confidence, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, members, before we proceed to the next item, it is 3:15. A couple of you have indicated to me that you may have some time constraints today. Can I just ask, who can be here after 4 o'clock? I can be here after 4 o'clock. 4:30? 4:30? How about, can you be here between 4 and 4:30? No? So we have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. Okay. So, okay. I'm just going to ask that we try to be as swift as possible in dealing with our remaining items. Single exit stair, Ontario Building Code feasibility study. We have 2 deputants. First is Conrad Speckert.
Yes, hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Conrad.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak at committee. I'm the co-author of the code change request that is related to this item and is currently being considered at the provincial and national levels. And I work as an intern architect for an office here in Toronto. I'd like to begin by pointing out that this discussion is not something new or unprecedented. Back in 1995, the Toronto Building and Fire Department worked with the provincial ministry to look at Main Street's housing and proposed to allow a single exit for small apartment buildings up to 6 stories. In 2010, the planning report of the mid-rise performance standards also recommended to develop alternative compliance options. And more recently, this has been supported by the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force, the National Housing Accord, and the Federal Task Force on Housing and Climate. Now, although the requirement that is now being addressed at the national and provincial level, it is very commendable to see that Toronto is taking an initiative in collaboration with the city's fire and buildings department. Whereas Vancouver is a chartered city, and so it can write its own legislation, Toronto, of course, cannot. And so this report for alternative building code compliance is very timely and very intelligent. Now, the requirement for 2 exit stairs, it made a lot of sense when it was introduced in 1941. And it continues to be appropriate for larger and for non-residential buildings. However, many of the requirements in our prescriptive building code are not well suited to the design of a 4-unit multiplex on a narrow lot, or a 20-unit small apartment building on a major street. It is very challenging for architects to provide 2 exit stairs in small multi-unit residential buildings. And when we look at the codes in other cities and countries, both in the United States and around the world, we can see that there are better ways of achieving occupant and firefighter safety for this scale of housing. I can also say that on average, single stair design reduces construction costs by about 5 to 10% and adds at least an extra bedroom on each floor of the building. Now, this might not sound like a lot to you, but for missing middle housing, it makes an enormous difference to a project even being feasible. However, I would think that the biggest benefit really is for quality of life and accessibility. Our code does not require elevators for buildings of less than 4 stories, and most low-rise homes that get built today are called stacked townhouses. This is where each dwelling has its own separate entrance and separate internal staircases. It is 100% efficient as a model for developers, but it makes for housing that is neither very accessible nor very livable. And so in effect, what this report does is to provide much needed guidance on alternative solutions code compliance, and it will help architects to build better housing. And I'll just finish with a bit of a fun fact that while a 4-story apartment building will require an alternative solution until we see action at the provincial and national level, the CN Tower, the tallest structure in Canada, has a single staircase. But because it was classified as a structure, not a building, the building code simply did not apply. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none. The next deputant we have, oh, that's all the deputants on this. Are there any questions of staff?
Oh, no, sorry, there's one more deputant.
Oh, I have one for 14A.
Sorry, Dion.
Oh, on this item?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dion. I thought you were deputing on the next item.
Next one as well.
Both, okay. My fault. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes, Dion.
I just want to start by saying both items 14.7 and 14.8, but also broadly. And I first want to start by saying to you, Councillor Perks, that community is very proud of the way that you've been chairing these meetings as it relates to housing, and how you also have been participating in using language, equitable language. You used it during the meeting last month as it related to Sankofa. We were very proud of you for emphasizing the protections and the enforcement or ensuring equitable language and actions are taking place. Of course, Councillor Matlow, we know that you do this work extensively, and we don't even have to say anything about Councillor Fletcher because that's what she's been doing for all the time that she's been here, and of course the mayor's statements at council meetings. So we're proud of this committee taking that proactive action to engage in language that is human rights based and life affirming. This particular item on this agenda and even our way of thinking is in association with the Toronto Charter, the Toronto Housing Charter. And it's contrary to the Toronto Housing Charter. It's contrary to human rights-based approach. It's contrary to the AODA, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. When we create structures that are exclusive, meaning only one point of egress, we limit the access. And if that egress is focused solely on stairs, then we're not building an equitable, accessible city. I want us to think in terms of the use of this word affordability. We should start adapting the language as accessible housing. Accessible housing incorporates affordability, inclusiveness structures, age-in-place foundations, all of those things. It's a more equitable language to be used to recognize what housing should be or the direction that we want to be going in as it relates to a world-class city. This one point of egress is a problem because it appears that the focus still remains to be ableist. That is to say that stairs make the point of access to other levels. And we want, in 2005, a unanimous decision was made by the provincial government to make Ontario accessible by 2025. In 6 months' time, this city is supposed to be accessible, and we are far from it. In fact, it's very disappointing. City council in itself, the building is inaccessible. Wayfinding is challenging, and we're communicating with the city manager's office to follow up about those things. But in practice, I have to commend the policy writers. You have a lot of great policies and a lot of the different decisions that are made. We're focused on housing and homelessness, but there's a disconnect, a fundamental disconnect in the application of those policies. So it becomes boilerplate language otherwise when you use terms such as for the Black community or intersectionality or all these terms that we agree with. But if it's not actively implemented, then it's just boilerplate language. You'll hear more of that as it relates to the homelessness strategy when that comes up again in the Housing Committee. But my concern here is that we have this before the committee where we're looking for, as a progressive city, more ramps and elevators rather than stairs. And to limit a point of egress to make it only one is a problem. If you talk to Toronto Society of Architects, you will find that there are ways to make accessible housing in multi-floor properties. And that's what we want you to stay focused on. We want to stay focused on an accessible city that people can actually age in place. So from a human rights basis, this particular agenda item is contrary to the human rights approach that you claim to focus on through the Toronto Housing Charter. And I want you to focus on that, to consider those things. And I'll say more for the next agenda item, other than if there are questions.
Thank you. And John, just stay there because we'll get to the next item soon. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Through you, I understand that the Ontario provincial government and the federal government have both taken steps to pursue single stair. What's the latest on that work?
So through the chair, in April, the province announced that they will be studying making further studies on the single egress, but there is no proposed code changes right now. They will be reviewing it. And there's work at the national level as well to do that as well.
And that work that the provincial government announced earlier in the spring is actually further work because they have recently looked into this for buildings between 4 and 6 stories as recently as 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I guess I would just say it sounds like there's a lot of work and study under this as it relates to building codes, both provincially and nationally. Would you be open to reporting back sometime next year to update us on any of those changes if they've occurred, as well as to other potential building code barriers with respect to missing middle housing that could be addressed here at the City of Toronto?
Yes, that's fine.
Thanks very much.
Staff? Nope. Does anyone want to speak to the item? Councillor Myers, did you have questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I guess my first question is has there been any analysis on the implications of single staircases on accessibility?
So part of the study included that a requirement, one of the mitigating measures could be that an area of refuge would be required as one of the mitigating measures, which would not otherwise be required under the code. But just want to point out that there are already accessibility requirements in the Ontario Building Code, and this does not inhibit any of that. So any applicant, any owner, any developer would have to still comply with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code for accessibility, regardless of the number of exits.
Thank you. And are there other jurisdictions with single stair egresses that also have accessibility standards similar to Ontario, the AODA?
So building codes generally do have accessibility requirements. It's a separate and distinct measure separately than the requirements of egress.
Thank you. And just for my knowledge, do you know why we have this requirement for 2 staircases in Ontario? I know that there's a fire reason, but is there a specific reason beyond, was there a specific incident, or do we not know why we have this particular requirement?
So through the chair, this has been in place since 1941. The rationale is that if one exit egress is blocked or obstructed, there is a secondary one to access, and it's part of the firefighting operations.
And have we seen in other jurisdictions that have gone from 2 staircases to 1, has there been any noticeable decline in fire safety?
So, yeah, I will defer to fire, but there are other jurisdictions that have reduced from 2 to 1. Sorry, yes, 2 to 1. British Columbia, New York, there are various jurisdictions that have done that, but I cannot answer the fire. I'll have to pass that to the fire chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, probably the best thing the most informative thing I can say is the issue relating to the permitting of the design and construction of multi-unit residential buildings that are designed with one emergency way out, technically known as a single means of egress, is a top concern for the fire chiefs across North America and for fire service professionals as well. So there are certainly examples where concerns exist. I can tell you that the Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association, of which I am a member, those are the fire chiefs from the largest fire services in North America and beyond, express single means of egress as a top public fire safety concern today.
Thank you. And have there been jurisdictions, so I heard New York and British Columbia, that have made this change? How have they found the transition from a fire safety perspective?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I can't speak directly for those jurisdictions. What I can say is that there are examples that I am aware of where there are, someone mentioned a charter city, where individual cities have the ability from a code perspective to build single means of egress multi-unit residential, that notwithstanding that, the fire chief associations and the fire safety community from a state and provincial perspective are opposed to those things. So as I said, Councillor, Mr. Chair, it is a primary concern and something that needs to be fully considered and assessed, and from the perspective of addressing those concerns before any, I would certainly encourage committee to fully consider that before any recommendation would be made to altering or supporting code amendments.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering if anybody from staff has any sense as to what the requirement for the second staircase does for the affordability of projects, particularly some of the smaller projects, the multiplexes and the smaller infill projects.
Thank you. Through the chair, this study does not impact and the study and the reduction to a single exit does not impact affordability. Rather, it provides for flexibility in design and efficiency in multi-residential buildings.
Sorry, what I was really asking was, has this been noted as a particular problem for builders in building affordable housing, this requirement to have 2 staircases?
Stakeholders have advised that it provides a greater degree of flexibility in both the design and efficiency.
Councillor Myers, you're over 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of
Thank you.
staff on this? I'm going to ask a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand this. In the building code as it is written today, an applicant can come in with a building with 1 staircase and say, I have an alternate, Councillor Candeval, are you in the room? Okay. An applicant can come in today and say, I have an alternate proposal that provides the same level of safety, and we would be compelled to look at it. If we found it had the same level of safety, we could approve it. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay. But it would, further, I want to confirm my understanding from the report. The consultants we hired to look at different strategies in different jurisdictions, they found that, yes, there are different strategies, but there's no single thing that you could put in as a replacement for this requirement because of the various different kinds of buildings and different kinds of sites in the City of Toronto. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are understanding that correctly.
Right. So just maybe to put this in lay terms, there's no cookbook that we can just put in saying, if you want to build a single staircase, here's your answer. We don't have that on hand.
Correct. The study and the report concludes that it does not propose any code changes, and nor does it deviate from any existing processes. As you indicated, there's already a path for applicants to apply for a permit with a single exit through an alternative solution process, provided that they demonstrate that they're meeting the intent and objectives of the building code.
Okay, thank you.
The chief building official reviews that.
And to the fire chief, if the province or federal government or both of them did change the building code, or we started seeing a lot of different proposals, I'm wondering, is there an impact on how our firefighters deliver their service?
Mr. Chair, absolutely there is, and if I may make 2 comments. When those alternative solution proposals are received, the fire service is consulted by our colleagues in buildings. So we have a team of fire protection engineers that review them on a case-by-case basis, provide that expertise in, and ultimately it's a decision of the chief building official with respect to the proposal. Your direct question, short answer is absolutely. The operational means by which we fight fires in multi-story, multi-unit buildings is that when we arrive, our crews, in essence, consume one of those 2 stairwells. That is how we ascend, it is how we bring equipment up, it is how we access the floor. Currently, our incident commanders will protect the 2nd stairwell for resident escape, for resident egress. So we consume the 1st, it is full of firefighters, hoses, equipment, and often full of smoke. Because, of course, we have to open doors and leave them open as we're entering the floors involved in fire and the suites involved in fire. That is why there is a secondary means of egress, which we will operationally protect to ensure the safe exit of residents and emergency access for firefighters that find themselves in trouble as well. So yes, it would cause a change for sure.
So that's a lot different than just saying there are 2 staircases because one might get blocked. This is, you need one to fight the fire and another one to get people out safely. Is that the current operational practice?
That is absolutely operational practice, and you are entirely correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other questions of staff? No. Are there any, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Bradford and then Councillor Myers.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. 2 motions that are going to work in tandem with the staff recommendations to move us forward on this. I introduced the motion last year asking Toronto Building to study the feasibility of single-stair buildings up to 4 stories. And staff have come back with an expert report after consulting with fire services saying that it's feasible, which is good news. So the first motion is to ask staff in their report back the proposed changes to the provincial and federal building codes that would be needed to permit single-stair development for buildings of up to 4 to 6 stories, which is the work that they're undertaking right now. As we heard from staff, this is an opportunity for them to monitor what's going on in the legislative environment with respect to policy changes in building codes and come back to us with what that would look like in Toronto. The second piece is, considering the success of where we've gone, on this particular piece, I want to ask Toronto Buildings to look at other building code amendments that might enable the creation of more missing middle housing here in Toronto. Some of the examples that I've heard include things that relate to the electrical code. So take a look at that. I know that single stair egress is a pretty wonky in the weeds kind of conversation, but it does get down to the basic math and the feasibility of these smaller infill sites. The missing middle that is so coveted that we talk a lot about, the 4 stories in the neighborhoods. If you have to build a second staircase on a narrow, tight site, that does take away from an efficient floor plate. It does take away from space that could be used for living, that could be used for housing, could be an extra bedroom on each of the floors. And I think this rule change could be really important to unlock and bring housing sites forward that don't necessarily work today. Those smaller infill sites in our neighborhood. And it's something that we really need to find a way to help move forward in this era of housing challenges. I'm not going to pretend, as I never do, that a single thing is going to solve the housing crisis on its own. But there are also ways that we can make some changes here that would help us move forward. The expert report with the consultants in front of us laid out a number of tests that would be needed to be met for alternative solutions to be approved, which means it would have to deliver the same level of safety as a double egress building, admittedly done in a different way. It's not simple, but it's not impossible. And I think that's why we've reached the point in this conversation where we can't actually take it further without changes to the building code. These are alternative solutions that are going to be needed to be evaluated on a site-by-site cases. And that's the system that we have in place right now. The province and the feds are responsible for amending those building codes, and I'm glad that across the country that work is taking place. And I'm hoping that this report here from the City of Toronto will help them move that work forward, which is why the staff recs include sharing them. We also recommend preparing a public-facing guideline. Again, as we think about new players in the development market, different types of builders looking at different types of sites, having an alternative solution on hand or suggestions of what alternative solutions could look like, that will help them resolve some of these issues and, again, make it easier for them to move forward with housing. And I just want to note that the National Fire Protection Association, which is used in Canada to set the standards for many aspects of fire safety and firefighting, has a model building code called the 101 Life Safety Code. And in that code, it currently allows for a single staircase in buildings of up to 4 stories. So we're actually not so far apart. And it's just about rolling up the sleeves and figuring out how to do it. Again, it's going to look different than what we've been doing over the past number of decades, but there's lots of examples around the world, and in fact, even from decades previous, where this type of floor plate existed. We just have improvements now in fire suppression technology and building materials and burn suppression that we didn't used to have before. So it warrants looking at it and always evaluating in the context of that new technology and materiality. So thanks to Kamal from Toronto Buildings, Dylan, the entire team for the work on this. I know it's been challenging, and also Chief Peg and Deputy Chief Coco and Toronto Fire Services and members of Toronto Professional Firefighting Association for your engagement on the file as well. We're all working together. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions of the mover? Seeing none, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a motion that I'd like to move, a small motion. So it's just slightly amending recommendation 1 from 4 stories to between 4 and 6 stories. So the reason I'm moving this motion is that in my ward of Scarborough North, a number of vital retail plazas are being proposed for redevelopment to build housing. And right now there's a lot of tension on how to retain the vital community retail that's being lost due to the conversions. And I would like to see if there is a way to allow for greater at-street retail by allowing us to build on top, but still keeping the prices reasonable for the developers, so that this is an option for people in my community. I'm currently losing a small neighborhood retail right now, Montezuma Plaza, where the residents are understandably very frustrated. They welcome the housing, but they're sad that they're losing their neighborhood bakery, neighborhood convenience store, neighborhood barber. So this is just a motion that could hopefully just add to just the information gathering on how we can make these types of conversions work better for the neighborhoods and work better in the local context, and which work better for the community and help keep the costs down. So I'm happy to take any questions. I've spoken to staff about this motion, and they're comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you. Members, I have to stress, at 4 o'clock, we run out of time. Okay, any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, we have, this is complicated for me. There's stuff being moved here that I'm uncomfortable with, but in the interest of time and conviviality and agreement, let's just vote them all through. All those in favor, I'm taking it as a package, opposed, that carries. I took it all as a package, including the item as amended. Yep. Okay. Official plan review, office replacement policy proposals report. Andrew Manukian. Andrew?
Sorry, are we on item 8?
Oh, sorry, item 8. My apologies, Dion. You have a deputation on item 8. Go ahead. You know what? We're not going to do a presentation. There's no way.
Okay, so going back to what I've already reminded this council or this committee about is your Toronto Housing Charter. And when you're looking at trends, we can see how cities this city was constructed, and the lack of housing that was built that impacts us to be in a housing crisis today, that impacts us to have people not being able to age in place and perhaps move out of the city, and that it is not easy to navigate for many people. Keeping that in mind, if you really are going to follow your policies within the Toronto Housing Charter, I'm going to remind you what it actually says. Point 2 says require that any future city decisions, policies, services, and programs that impact housing are screened and assessed for impact on the Toronto Housing Charter and revise them as appropriate to ensure that the city's policy as stated in the Toronto Housing Charter is achieved and not negatively impacted. That includes points of egress, right? That's a negative impact on community. That's contrary to your charter. Also at item number 10, provide opportunities for organizations in affected communities to advance a human rights-based approach to housing and participate in decisions that affect it. A lot of what was said today was the discussion of public consultation. That is crucial to any policy being implemented. In addition, that this charter is in line with the National Housing Strategy Act and the terms as it relates to people who are renters. And when we're talking about the issues of renting in the city of Toronto, and we're still using classist language, that again is contrary to our human rights approach, missing middle classist language, anything middle class, these are all classist terms. If the city of Toronto is intent on building housing, all housing, 100% of housing should be rent geared to income. That automatically includes quote what is used as the classist term market rent. Market rent is actually a capitalistic term. If you thought about it from the perspective of rent geared to income, you would acknowledge it as being based on at least 30% or at most 30% of someone's income. So that would include every group of people. And that's a more inclusive way of looking at it. So when we're thinking of trends, what's the purpose of having a report on trends if we're not going to inform those trends by the charter and the policies that are written up to be in a more accessible, inclusive city? Another point that I want to state again is the issue that you have well-written policies, yet they're not being implemented by the administrators. So you can have all the trends you want, you can have all the data on that, but again, if we're not effectively using this time with this particular city council to ensure equitable access to housing, to ensure equitable development of housing, and to ensure that it's accessible for everyone, not just some people, but for everyone, then we're just going to repeat the patterns of yesteryears. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, sorry, I've lost track here. Does anyone have any questions of staff? No? Anyone? Move the motion to, Councillor Nunziata is moving the motion to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Very sorry to have kept you here all day, but we're rushing to get finished. Official plan review, office replacement policies proposals report. The deputant we have listed is Andrew Menukian. Andrew? Going once. Andrew, going twice. Gone. Leona Savoie.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I'm not Leona.
Okay.
I'm here before us speaking for Leona, so all the other speakers can actually be released in the interest of time. We had some scheduling, so we're sort of doing double duty.
Okay.
So I'll be very brief. I do have some prepared notes.
State your name, please.
Yes. My name is Charles Arbez. I'm here on behalf of NAOP Greater Toronto to talk
Charles,
to this
can I ask you a favor? We lose quorum in 10 minutes, so can you make
I'm
sure
going
you
a
say...
cappella. Don't worry. I've speaking notes, but I'm not even going to look at them. I'm just going to be very brief, a few sentences, and we're going to get on. So in very brief terms, we're very supportive of the leadership that staff are showing and taking a look at office replacement policies. We have a submission in writing outlining all of this in much more detail, but we'd be very happy to meet again with staff, continue discussions regarding the feasibility of the policies to make sure that they are as successful as possible as they relate to a couple key components, one of which is the percentage of replacement being left over, as well as the on-off switch and transition that we would like to see be part of the policy package itself. This is all together about creating more housing, more affordable housing in the city that we need, and making sure that if we are crafting policies and taking up all of staff's time and doing so, great time as well, that we're making the policy as successful as possible. So NAOP is here to make sure that we're all working together and information sharing to get that done. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
You have my great thanks.
1 minute.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. We really do appreciate your being generous and staying to 1 minute.
I'll move the recommendation.
No. I'm in on
Councillor
this.
Bradford, okay.
Yep.
Be
Rapid
aware
fire,
there are
rapid
urgent
fire.
items we have to
The
get to.
time, Councillor Bradford.
Yes,
Councillor,
okay.
thank you. Rapid fire. How many projected new housing units could we unlock with converting vacant office space, and how many of those could be affordable?
The mayor's motion.
Through the chair, there's some disclaimers about smaller office buildings being converted, being redeveloped, but generally we can look at 100,000 potential market rate units, 2,000 plus affordable housing units over a course of up to 10 years.
Long time, a lot of housing. I've heard some concerns about the economic analysis and how we arrived at 25%. Would you be willing to conduct more economic analysis before reporting back in the fall, including a sensitivity analysis to test different replacement thresholds?
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Bradford?
Yep. I have a motion, and it asks planning staff to include economic analysis, including the sensitivity analysis piece in the report we're expecting later this year. And I'll leave it there.
Super duper. Okay, I have a motion as well that the mayor asked me to move. It's to, as you can see, to consult on the merits of an additional policy direction which is aimed at getting affordable housing. Okay? It's consult. Don't panic. All right. With the members' permission, I'd like to take it all as a package. Councillor Bradford, you cool with that? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. That next takes me to item 11, which is 770 Don Mills Road, Memorandum of Understanding with the Toronto Lands Corporation. I have a deputy, Richard McFarlane.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Richard. Welcome. Richard, I want to alert you to the fact that we're going to lose quorum very quickly. So if you could keep your remarks focused and brief, that would be helpful.
I certainly will, Councillor Perks. Thank you. As I said before, I live at 18 Concord Place near Winford Drive. Have been there 11 years. We're facing extreme development there, 8 to 10,000 new residents in the next 10 years or so. Now the schools there are in Ward 11, just west of us, 7 junior schools, 2 middle schools, 2 high schools. In Ward 14, our district, 43% attend junior schools, 16 middle schools, and 41% high schools. It's laudable that we have a proposed this new elementary school here at 770 Don Mills Road, but at the same time, Fengate has put in for a 660 student elementary school at Concord Place, where I live, subject to conditions and funding by the province at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I would recommend that since high schools are at overcapacity, for instance, Don Mills Collegiate at 110 to 121% 2021, 143% 2026, Mark Garneau overcapacity 135% 2021, increasing to 144, 145% 2036, 2041. I would focus on recommending a new high school as well as these 2 elementary schools that will come into my community. That's the gist of my remarks, and I've submitted it in writing for the committee's consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being quick. Are there any questions for Richard? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Mr. Richardson has very graciously accepted to waive his right to speak. There, very good, very good. Okay. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. I'm going to speak to this. I have a motion. Okay, it's to request the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management, in consultation with the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, to provide a supplementary report directly to City Council following a review of the terms of the MOU contained within this confidential attachment. Very simply, members, the practice has generally been that when we get a report, when we get a housing proposal from an outside entity, TCHC or CRATO, we get advice from the Housing Secretariat, the CFO, and city staff. So we know if there are long-term financial implications and so on and so forth. Here, we didn't get that. So I know Jamal looks really cozy. Here, we didn't get that. So this asks if staff could just provide that directly to City Council. And we're trying to create this as the standard practice going forward on all housing-related proposals. So with that, can I take it all as a package? All those in favor, opposed, carried. That takes us to PH 4.12, ModernTO 931 Yonge Street. Mr. Richardson, are you waiving your opportunity to speak?
346 new apartments, a bunch of affordable, and only 2 parking spaces. Prove it and move
Okay, we may or may not be able to accommodate you today. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, members, I have a motion on this one. I am going to refer the item to the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat for consideration and report back to the Planning and Housing Committee before the end of 2024. Members, if you will recall, we had a report last month that listed 18 priority projects and allocated funding to them. All of those projects had been through a screening process to determine whether they were top priorities for the limited amount of money that we had available for housing projects. This one was not part of that package. We are going to do work with the Housing Secretariat to see if we can find a way to get the necessary funding for that, and we can get shovels in the ground quickly, but it's a piece of work that's outstanding. So that's the effect of this motion. Are there any questions? What? I was going to let you do it, but I thought this once I'll do it. Okay. Is the property vacant? No. Are there 2 floors that I can I ask you, it's 4 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. All right. Jag knows what you're talking about. Are there any, does anyone else wish to speak? David knows. Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Take it all as a package. All those in favor, opposed, carried. So the remaining piece of business we have is the item. What's the name of the item? Oh, we have 2. Didn't we deal with this already? No. Oh, right. It's PH. We have 2 things remaining. PH 14.13, expanding permitted uses on laneway and garden suites. Does anyone have any questions of staff? I know I have a motion, yeah. Anyone have questions of staff? Anyone else wish to speak? I have a motion on this. It's an amendment not limited to, if you can see it strikes multi-tenant homes there, but the effect saying, including but not limited to group homes, residential care homes, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and then it adds a report back as part of the first annual report on the implementation of multi-tenant homes. So the effect here is Deputy Mayor Malik wanted us to look at some different uses of laneway and garden suites. She included multi-tenant homes. However, because we have yet to finish assessing the first year of implementation of multi-tenant homes, I've said, before you ask staff to write this report, finish the assessment of the introduction of multi-tenant homes. You follow? Councillor Thompson, did that make sense to you?
I'm reading it.
Okay.
So in order,
It's a,
changes that she was you're not implementing them directly, follow through on the course of
yes. Okay, so that's clear to everybody? Okay. Does anyone have any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? No? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Now, we get to the item that we added, and I don't have the title of it in front. Okay, it's the Medical Office Facilities Affordable Seniors Residential Project in Continuum of Care setting. All right, so members, I'm going to have questions on this that are in camera. Because I need some legal advice on the effect of this, given that there's a hearing scheduled in September at the Ontario Land Tribunal on this property. So I'm going to need to go in camera. However, if I cannot guarantee that I will have quorum 10 minutes from now, what will happen is the meeting will simply come to an end, and all incomplete items will move to the next scheduled meeting, which is in September. And because we ran out of quorum, the clerk and the chair of the committee have to sit here and every 5 minutes for half an hour ask if members are present in order to achieve quorum. That is Plan B. Plan A is, we acknowledge that we're about to lose quorum, but there are in-camera issues that have to be dealt on this, and we defer this item now to the September meeting so that the clerk and I don't have to sit here for half an hour calling for quorum. Those are the two options.
First of all, we have to vote to add it to the agenda. We haven't done
We
that
did
yet.
vote to add it to the agenda.
We did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So why don't we just move it to council without a recommendation?
Because I don't want to vote in favor of sending this to council.
Against it?
You can vote against it.
Call the question.
No, before I vote on this, I want the members to get advice from the city solicitor about the impact of this on a case in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal.
I believe a motion to refer takes precedence.
Does a motion to?
If we want to,
No, a motion to send it to council without recommendations is what you're saying. That's not a referral.
Well, let's let the clerk comment.
I would really urge, can we call the question on it? No?
why can you do that in council and not here?
We operate under less restrictive procedural rules here. The idea is to give committee members an opportunity to thoroughly air a topic before recommending it to council. That's why we sometimes allow second and third rounds. That's why we allow bringing staff onto the floor after we've begun debate. We do all kinds of things so that we are giving good advice to council. So members are starting to leave. I really, if I could just get a sense of the room, what is your preference? That Nancy and I sit here for half an hour? You're here till 4:30. Councillor?
Yep.
Councillor Matlow, are you here till 4:30?
I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now, but I feel like a call to see.
So we do have 4 minutes.
If I leave, is there still more?
Yeah, okay. Councillor Myers, you told me you had a hard 4 o'clock stop. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I'm being tortured. I don't know what I did in a past life. I'm being tortured. Councillor Myers, if you can stay, give me a thumbs up. If you can't stay, give me a thumbs down. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we will have 4 members? Yeah, we will have 4 members. All right. So I move that we go into closed session.
Is it, what is the reason? I need to determine the reason.
Solicitor-client privilege, yeah. I move that the Planning and Housing Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to consider advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Thank you very much. If I could ask all staff who are not here on this item to please vacate and ask the clerks to check that. Yeah, you can vote against going in camera. Sorry. Okay. All those in. You don't want. Yeah. Okay, so there's a motion to go in camera. All those in favor, 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, 1. Okay. Oh, okay. You don't care. All right. Okay, so we're moving into closed session. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the identical aspect of it. It's not, you're right. This is different.
It's not identical, it's slightly different, but I think legal.
I think they've gone home.
So we're back in public session. No motions were moved in camera. Councillor Pasternak, do you have any questions of staff in public?
I do.
Go ahead.
So through you, I guess it was in April of 2021, Council adopted a framework for the Minister's zoning orders, and in that staff report, staff recommendations were City Council advised province that the City of Toronto supports the province's scoped use of ministerial zoning orders, provided that its use, and there's a series of provisions, including F, incorporates a provision for adequate affordable housing in the proposed development where appropriate. Do you recall that report? Council endorsed minister's zoning orders under certain conditions?
Through the chair, yeah, I am aware of that report, yes.
Now, just recently, I guess staff supported or committee supported a ministerial zoning order at 65 Rexdale Boulevard. This committee, I guess, supported it, council supported it. So we do it when there's a good case.
Council does request MZOs, yes.
Yeah, they're rare, but we do use them. And would you call it a legitimate provision of the Planning Act, something that's there as a tool for municipalities to use or request? We don't use them, we request them.
Correct, it's in the Planning Act.
Right. So when we request one, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get it.
That's correct, it's a request.
It's a request. We request the other levels of government to do a whole bunch of things. So this is just a voice to support a seniors village with affordable housing and wraparound services. Do you think we're in a housing crisis?
Through the chair, I know we're in a housing crisis.
An affordability crisis as well.
Correct, that too.
And building affordable housing is the city's #1 priority.
It is yes, it is a major priority for the City of Toronto.
So this isn't a full conversion before us, is it? It's mixed use, right? Because there's some commercial, there's various office, medical services, wraparound services, senior support services. It's mixed use.
A conversion would be the introduction of a non-permitted use in employment areas. And given that some of the proposed uses are not, they would be sensitive, non-residential uses. So it is a conversion like all the other ones that we have reviewed.
So you are also aware that I guess you are now, that the heavy industrial use nearby, the businesses have been sold, the building's up for sale. The closest industrial use will no longer be there in the coming months.
The next door neighbor, if that's the one we're talking about, I understand they will be moving. When? I'm not 100% sure.
Right. And you are aware that this site overlooks G. Ross Lord Park to the east.
Across the street is the park, yes.
Right. Would you also say that this aligns with the city's senior strategy where we're encouraging aging in place? I know with the development application, it's not before us.
We haven't assessed the application, or not the application, the concept plan that I understand exists.
So my understanding is this will add more jobs than are currently there. Has that been brought to your attention?
Again, we haven't assessed the proposal, but yeah, I understand from your letter that it would add a significant number of jobs.
Right, and that's the goal of employment lands.
The goal of employment lands is to support economic clusters that provide employment as well as other economic activity. I don't think we can determine whether there's kind of a net benefit in terms of the number of jobs that would be provided here without some deep analysis, because we'd also have to consider the impact of the sensitive uses that would be introduced on the viability and integrity of the larger employment area, including neighboring businesses, some of which might be selling and moving, but could easily be replaced by new capital investment by same or similar industries.
So we all understand this is under appeal. This is in the public domain. Can we agree that if the MZO is granted, the appeal would be dropped?
I actually don't know that we can
That's an in-camera
agree.
question.
Yeah, I don't think we
No.
can agree to that, sorry.
No, I'm
Be
not.
the point of
we're
pursuing an appeal.
Sorry, we're not entertaining questions of the city solicitor on legal strategy for the city of Toronto on this site. We did that in camera. Okay?
Well, let me rephrase it. Are you aware the appeal will be dropped if they're issued their MZO?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, that's it.
I have a couple of questions. Good. So,
You know, it's just a
just to be clear, and for the public record, the city of Toronto is currently opposed to converting this site to non-employment uses. That is council's position, correct?
That is council's position, and that is consistent with staff advice.
And staff has recommended that the city oppose converting this site to non-employment uses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If city council requests the province to issue a ministerial zoning order, Toronto City Council has no authority in the shape, scope, or nature of the decision the minister takes. We just write him a letter and then it's up to him. He can do anything he wants.
It is the minister's decision what that order would be and who should be consulted on that.
Okay. When city staff was formulating its advice to not convert this property to residential uses, was that partly based on protecting jobs and protecting employment in the city of Toronto?
Through the chair, it was about protecting employment uses nearby and the potential impact of impactful industries nearby, including the fuel tankers, the Shell, Suncor, and other large fuel tankers that are there. Tanks.
So existing employment uses that can only be cited in employment areas, industrial areas that are employment lands, would be put at risk if the minister granted the request for a zoning order to permit residential uses on this site.
Those operations could be at risk, as well as the potential risk of putting sensitive uses near to impactful industry.
Okay. Another question along a similar line, and this has come up with employment conversions. Just granting a zoning permission for a residential use or a senior's use or whatever it is does not guarantee that anybody ever builds that. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's simply a land use permission that someone then has to figure out how to take advantage of.
So council is not actually going to be asking the minister to do something that causes the proposal that Councillor Pasternak has described in his letter to be built. Rather, it's permitting a set of uses on that land, and that proposal may or may not ever be built.
That's accurate.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? No. Does anyone, Councillor Pasternak, did you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
On the item. We are in the job of settling these disputes with.
Go ahead.
We direct staff to defend the city position, but within the provisions of those motions and staff reports, we also direct them to continue to talk with landowners to work at any kind of settlement. Now, while technically this is not a settlement, this is a de facto settlement because any appeal that is currently underway would be dropped if a ministerial zoning order was issued. I also want to point out that we have an affordability crisis in this city, and we are desperately in need of housing. And this is a seniors village that will provide over 600 units and will be mostly up to 30% affordable. That aligns with our senior strategy. That aligns with our city policy. A land use consultant has concluded, and I quote, "There is no reason to expect environmental related conflicts with adjacent land uses." In other words, this can be built just to the west of a park, one of the city's largest parks, with industrial being sold and moved off and creating buffers around it. The City of Toronto adopted its ministerial zoning order policies in 2021, and it clearly states that City Council advised the province that the City of Toronto supports the province's scoped use of ministerial zoning orders, provided that its use, and there's a series of provisions, including F, incorporates the provision of adequate affordable housing in the proposed development where appropriate. Now, I realize there are some other parties that are fighting this. I understand Big Oil is fighting it. They fight everything that's developed along Finch Avenue between Bathurst and Dufferin. It's not really near this site. They send their lawyers in to push back on anything that Do Heights wants to do, or the medical facilities along that route want to do. I am simply saying that the ministerial zoning orders is a known provision of the Planning Act. It is something that can be used and has been used as recently as November of 2023, where this committee and this council issued a recommendation that the province issue a municipal zoning order for 65 Rexdale Boulevard. Not exactly the same situation, but pretty similar. So at the end of the day, we're in the business of creating affordable housing, creating more jobs that are on site now, and making sure that we look at each situation as site-specific, not taking the city as a blanket policy, not getting ideological, but making sure that we can provide wraparound services, affordable seniors housing, and of course, opportunities for people to live with dignity and respect. And that's exactly what this does. Creates more jobs, more housing, and those are the priorities of the City of Toronto, and this will end this appeal once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, you didn't move anything. Okay, I'm going to speak next. I'm going to move that we defer this item indefinitely. Members, I'm going to speak to that very quickly. I am profoundly disappointed that Councillor Pasternak put this on our, wrote to us and did this. He is putting jobs in the city at risk. He is putting the city's reputation at risk. He is putting employment lands, which the previous chief planner referred to as the city's green belt for jobs, at risk. This is near Sunrise Propane. Some of you might remember that name, Sunrise Propane. Sunrise Propane is a very good example of why the province of Ontario requires that residential buildings be a certain distance from certain kinds of employment uses. It's why we have employment areas, that it is not safe to have, it is not safe to have residential uses next to certain industrial uses. Number two, Councillor Pasternak talks about a specific proposal with, jobs and seniors housing and all this stuff. We are not actually in a position where we are recommending that that proposal goes forward. What we are asking for is the minister to change the zoning on the land. As you remember from previous discussions about conversions of employment lands, over half of the conversions that we have granted did not result in the use that the applicant said it would result in. What Councillor Pasternak is proposing is a fairy tale with real-world consequences. So and for the reasons also that you heard in camera, I really strongly urge you to vote to defer this indefinitely. Does anyone have any questions of the mover? No? Does anyone else wish to speak?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, you know, I appreciate what you've just stated, and I understand the intent of Councillor Pasternak position and so on. I would like to see council take this on. I think that their position would be similar to yours and mine at council, but I think that it would be wise to bring this forward, the large council. I know council is going to say no, because I'll be supporting that position at council. And at the end of the day, I understand, based on the questions that I've asked the staff, and I agree with them. I don't agree with the approach that we're actually taking, but I think that the large council should really have a say on this. And I do think council will say no, and I think it validates our position as a whole council. The committee is great, but I'd like to have council take a crack at this and to say no, because I'll be voting no at council. Because I don't think that we should be actually changing our position. But because it's come here and there is some conflicting, oh, well, we've done something before, which, as I think legal has said, no, it's actually not similar in as much as we've done MZO. So that would be my position, and not sure what the motion is, but that would be my position, Mr. Chair.
I'll just refer to council without recommendations. Same sentiment here. And I think the local councillor wants to try and work on something that might have a better shot at council.
Okay, so the first motion is to defer it indefinitely. I'm going to call for a recorded vote on it. All those in favor?
All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely, Councillor Perks. All those opposed? Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Thompson. That motion fails.
Okay, Councillor Bradford has moved a motion to send it to council without recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That concludes our business.